Hello, good morning and welcome. This is the Telkom VS Gaming HSEL final. Our high school champions are here to duke it out. I'm Greybeard, alongside me Triple M. And we have today's matchup, unbelievable. Two teams who are all but perfect up to this point, Triple M.
Yeah, I mean, you look on the side of Oosmoed, perfect record, haven't dropped a game, and they've had some tricky games en route to this final. I mean, they had to beat Grey High, Grey College, and Kuro on their route here, but they have not dropped a single game. And then you've got Waterkloof, who, even though they had a bit of a slow start, dropping 2 games to, I believe it was Psychotic, and dropping a game to Thomas More, they beat PRG to get here. They beat the team that is usually the measuring stick of excellence in South African high schools Rocket League. So 2 quality opposition on both sides of the stage here, and I'm excited.
I know that there's almost as much of a story of who is here as there is who isn't here, because you've just mentioned Paul Roos, and you can almost never talk about VS Gaming High School Rocket League and Paul Roos is not part of the conversation. In fact, they've had such an impact that even though they're not here we are talking about them. But I think it's testament to the growing scene of high school Rocket League and how competitive it is becoming. And you know, we've been sorting out our technicals. We're looking over at the teams on either side here, and they are very, very locked in. They look pretty determined to get it happening here.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams have history, so for those who may not know, they played each other in the bracket before the last 16, and it was actually Oosmoed who got the better of Waterkloof, but it was a very close game, 3-2, going all the way to Champions Field. So I'm expecting an eagerly contested battle between these 2 teams, and I really hope it delivers upon all of our expectations, you know, for both of us at home and the people here in the crowd today.
I think it will, and I ran through this off stream, but can we hear it from the Waterkloof fans? Very polite.
Yeah.
How about Oosmoed? There we go. There's some noise. Okay, good stuff. All right, well, fabulous. I think they're locked in. They're busy going through the test lobby now, making sure everything's good to go. But everything today is best of 7. We got the high school grand final, then we got the VS Gaming Championship semi-finals, the grand final, and also the 3rd, 4th playoff. Everything today is best of 7. And Triple N, we know that it's only 2 additional games. Compared to a best of 5. But it makes a huge difference, does it not?
It absolutely does, and another bit of context that adds spice to it is the fact that it's a LAN. Because of our region and just the limitations we have, there's not many LAN opportunities. So for both sets of players on each side of the stage, this is a huge opportunity that many players across the country don't really get to experience at all, if ever. So it's an opportunity for them to play in front of the lights, play in front of the cameras, in front of a live crowd as well, and just get that rush of adrenaline and learn to cope with the pressure. So it's going to be interesting to see how these young gentlemen cope with it. And as you say, best of 7, grueling if it goes the distance.
All right, well, let's talk about that. So who wins? What's the story?
I'm going to go with the safe bet and say Oosmoed, just based on recent history.
All right, fine. Well, Oosmoed showed up here. They're very cocky. They're very keen. They think they got this. I'm going to go. It's unfair to call them the underdog because it's only just. But Waterkloof, they were beaten by Oosmoed earlier on, as you mentioned. Maybe they overcome it today. But either way, I hope we go all the way to Champions Field. A 7-game thriller is what we're hoping for. So I think we should. We should get it underway. I mean, they've been ready for a while. We've been kind of messing about with the technicals, so they've had lots of time to get warmed up. So
yeah, keen to see both sets of players come into this game as we get ready for the final of the HSEL VS Gaming Championship, and this is what it all comes down to. The last 16 into the best of 8, into the best of 4, and now the best of 2. Lights away, and away we go with Jeff looking to conjure something up here. An early opportunity and a good save early on straight out the gate, a bit of action.
Oh, no, this is fabulous. And despite the fact that they've been out there for a while, they've been warming up, they've been in the test lobby, they've been getting those fingers nimble. You know, when you're underway, this is it now. There's no more messing about. There are going to be some nerves, and they've got to get those worked out as quickly as possible. And Oosmoed over in the blue. Hold on 1 second.
Well, they've got a lot of defending to do at the moment. Under a bit of pressure, the ball is spending a lot of time in that blue half. As they try to play their way out of trouble here, it's now finally exited and gone up the other end of the field. And an opportunity here for Bombers, and it's a goal! The first goal goes in, and it's Oosmoed to strike first blood.
Sponsor Bombers getting things underway. That's going to settle things down. Boom, there it is, down off the crossbar, and it coaxes the goal line but makes its way in. Oosmoed, the pre-game favourites, up in front.
Now for Waterkloof, they've now got to respond at the other end. Sponsor Bombers again, playing the ball off the backboard into Jeff. That's a wayward shot. Now it's into the path of Elite. He looks to play a ball into the middle. Banana Cat does well to get that one out. Sponsor Bombers again, playing it. And the pressure here from Oosmoed just coming out early. They spent the first few seconds in their own half, but now that they've gotten the ball out, there's a bit of pressure on the side of Waterkloof.
Oh my word, I'm slow to the party, but we've got Banana Cat. Now Banana Cat is for me, he falls into the category of one of the prodigies, one of the players to look out for the future. And so we have the Banana Cat and Pisankat. So
yeah,
we have
a shot here and a goal.
Captain DJ for Waterkloof. We are squared away.
Well, it's the initial ball in from Pisankat, but Captain DJ in the right place at the right time, reading the situation, and also his teammate going across to make sure there was no one in the goal. An eloquently constructed goal for Waterkloof, and an excellent response to what has been a difficult opening 2 minutes for them.
And you know, you can never read too much into an opening game of a best of 7. There's so much distance to go. But I tell you, I'm excited about what I'm seeing here. And clearly two well-matched teams who are going to give no quarter here. They're going to go all in, give it all, leave it all out there on the pitch.
Well, it's Jeff now playing the ball across into the path of Pisankat. Sponsor Boomers with another piercing ball into the middle, and a great clear as Waterkloof look to mount a counter-attack. It's now into no man's land, and Captain DJ's got to be careful here. Banana Cat comes across, so he won't have to worry about it. And Waterkloof again trying to go towards the blue goal. It's a ball into the middle. Jeff does well, but it's not out yet. Pisankat does well to keep it up. And lots of back and forth action here. It's really hard to call, but both teams doing a great job of occupying space in the middle and not giving each other that easy transition across the field as a shot comes in here.
It was a shot on an open net, triple M. That should have been in. Waterkloof should have been celebrating a lead in this opening game, but it's not to be. They whiff it at the last second, and it remains deadlocked, 1 apiece. 2 minutes remaining. Sponsor Bombers! Sponsor Bombers gets his second goal, second for Oosmoed. They are in the lead once more.
Yeah, and he's been an absolute menace on that left-hand side. He's played a lot of balls into the middle, but this time decides to go for the shot, and he gets good bang for his investment. So, a lead re-established for Oosmoed.
And how expensive does that open net miss feel now for Waterkloof?
Yep.
At worst, they should have been level right now. But now they're struggling, they're behind, but they got plenty of time here, and they've certainly got the capability to do it and get themselves get this squared away as they head their Banana Cat, trying to head it forward, but Sponsor Bombas, he's everywhere, this kid. He's like, he wants to be up front, he wants to be scoring, he's doing his work in defense as well. And keeping them in it, loose into the middle. Captain DJ, the goal scorer, has a crack at it. Doesn't really go anywhere. It's very scrappy, a little awkward in front of net. Banana Cat's going to put it wide, another shot. But Jeff could get making himself fat in front of the car, in front of the ball.
And Waterkloof not giving Oosmoed a chance to go on the other end, although they do finally get it out. It's into the path of Jeff, and a good save from Pisankat. And Banana Cat gets across and puts that into the middle. What a good save. That could have been the opportunity for Oosmoed. And it's an open net against the run of play. You almost have to build for Oosmoed here because they've had 2 chances at the other end, and immediately after squandering those chances, karma has come to bite him in the ass.
Well, there you go. Well, we saw it earlier with the second Oostmoed goal. That came on the back of a missed open net by Waterkloof. So we see how these mistakes are being punished. So they've got to tighten up. And frustrating for Oostmoed because they were in front and had opportunities. And I wonder if their frustration of not scoring kind of made them overcommit, leaving their net open. You should not be leaving yourselves exposed when you have a lead.
Absolutely. Waterkloof now looking to put on the pressure. Sankat into the middle. Banana tries to catch. Jeff, though, puts it away. And a counter-attack now for Oostmoed, which quickly dwindles away as Jeff has a lot of defensive work to do here. So still very back and forth, difficult to call. With 20 seconds to go, this has been an excellent introduction to the grand final. And
there's been a
continue.
demo.
It's a goal! Sponsor Bobas again, turning up in a big way for his school.
Yeah, but look at Jeff here. Jeff getting the demo. How vital was that? Pisakat will be frustrated. He could have done a little bit better. The angle of his car made it such that the shot was going to deflect off his car into the net. But Sponsor Bobas, a hat-trick in the opening game. 15 seconds for Waterkloof to level it up, push us into an overtime. It feels like a game that should have an overtime. They're on the right side of the pitch. They're trying to put it in front. The clear here. Jeff, how far can... Last opportunity, can they keep it up? They can't, and Oostmoed will take game one in a very tight, very closely fought opening game. And this has all the potential to be
an entertaining affair between these two teams.
Carry on.
Sponsor Bobas with a good performance, 3 goal contributions, 3 shots as well. Very busy down that left-hand side, and honestly, probably the best player for Oostmoed at the moment. And obviously, Jeff Elite contributing, but I think it was his contributions that really helped as we await game number 2 here. Not really much to say on the side of Waterkloof, other than the fact that they really cost themselves by not taking those chances at the other end. And I think if you're not clinical at this level, you are going to get punished, and we saw that on 2 separate occasions. But either way, they should be proud with the way they've conducted themselves in that game, and how they fought and made it competitive. So it will be interesting to see if history repeats itself going into this next game, as I await confirmation on the issues we might be experiencing.
No, we're all good. It was just some audio, and I think we've got that worked out. We'll see how we go when we go into the next game. Yeah, Forbidden Temple is where we go now. Oostmoed with the 1-game lead. So they will be the more settled. Waterkloof, it is a best of 7. We've spoken about that quite a bit. So nothing to panic about, a long way to go. But they are chasing the game now. They will be aware of that, and they will want to sort that out as soon as possible.
Well, it's a kick-off here into the path of Oostmoed there. And Sponsor Bobas does well to make sure that that's not a cheap goal conceded early on. He needs tries to get this one out. But Waterkloof retain possession in the middle and then quickly give it up, almost as quickly as they want it. They now look to conjure up an attack here. Captain DJ misses that one. And I think Banana Cat thought his teammate was going to get that one, so he opts out. Doesn't matter too much. They don't concede, but tentative start so far.
Yeah, well it's very similar to the... Oh, what a redirect! Outstanding from Banana Cat! He sees that ball early. Sponsor Bobas was trying to get a pass, but Banana Cat intercepts. What a fantastic read. A banger at 137 k's an hour.
And that's a really difficult shot, because not only was he not in a position to really where he'd be expected to score then, but he decided, you know what, I don't need the boost. I'm going to go get this ball that my teammate had just played into the middle and go for a ridiculously hard shot. Brilliant. And Waterkloof again putting on the pressure here, looking to continue to mount the pressure. Captain DJ plays that one into Jeff. Now Oostmoed look for a quick response. It's Jeff who misses that one. Sponsor Bobas now can take it into the middle. Can't get anything for it though. Elite into the path of Jeff. Jeff looking to play this one forward. Good stop by Cut. Cut plays it to the middle. Banana Cat and Sponsor Bobas with a good save. And he gets demoed for his troubles. And so far, Oostmoed have done a lot of defending. Waterkloof doing a good job of keeping the pressure on. But it's still a lot of Rocket League to be played here, as Jeff looks to play one into the middle. Gets past one, looking to get past the second. Goes for the pinch, and what a goal! Jeff with a brilliant response, and Oostmoed equalize with 3 minutes to go.
Now, I don't know if he got he was going for the flip reset. I don't think he got it, but there was enough concern by the defender. Is he going to use the flip, not use the flip, and then the ground pinch to bang it home. And here we are, locked up at 1-1. Great response, so much time left. And you know, yesterday we were blessed with outstanding Rocket League, and man, we're kicking off today with just as much quality and entertainment.
It's a delectable opener to the day as Usbert look to put on the pressure here. Suddenly the flow of the game is shifted. He leads with a shot. Pearson cut to the clear. Banana Cat follows. Sponsor Boobus with an awkward touch. Jeff now looking to control. And he's got to be careful here because there's a lot of orange cars near him. He gets it away. He's got options on his left, but he decides to concede possession. Jeff into the middle. Sponsor Boobus looking to catch. Great interception by Banana Cat. And Bartekloof score against the run of play. What a goal.
I'm starting to get a sense here that Banana Cat's favorite shot is the redirect.
Yep.
And what was delicious about that one, he set the whole thing up. He passed the ball to himself, went around, popped up, and got the redirect to take the second lead of the game. Now they're going to have to hold on to it, but it's been a banger of a kickoff for Ursmurt immediately after. And Bartekloof going to be in trouble, especially with Pisankat having a little bit of a whip. Oh, it's whip central there at the orange half. What is going on? And now Banana Cat again. Oh, it's going to go wide. But the rebound is in. Captain DJ. 3-1 to Bartekloof.
Yeah, this was a very messy play. They tried to get it in, and in the end, Captain DJ has to come for the rebound. He's also the last man back on that play, so to make that sort of commitment, you've got to score. Otherwise, your net is completely open. So very sharp indeed. A fox in the box, helping Bartekloof get a 3-1 lead. Now then, how will Ursmurt respond? They have the series lead, but so far, it's all Bartekloof in this game. Sponsor Boobus now. He's going to have to get this one out. He can't. It's all going to be in the hands of Elite as he tries to carry this up the field. Good interception by Pisankat. Does well to get it into the blue corner, but Bartekloof not able to complete that attack. And it's looking a bit precarious here. Good clear by Banana Cat. It's not over yet though.
Yeah, they got themselves in trouble. It all had with a whiff upfield, kind of opened up, exposed them at the back, and they've been under a bit of pressure since then. But here they go, pass it to the middle. No one from Bartekloof there to support the pass. It was a delicious looking pass, but maybe a little bit weary after leaving themselves exposed just moments ago. Sponsor Babas is up, he's trying to find. He can't get over the ball, and there's a briefest of openness. The ball's not going quick enough. A little bit of sauce on that. We could have seen the Bartekloof fourth goal.
Absolutely.
And now here they come. One intercept. Pisankat will dispossess one. Pisankat toward the goal. Sponsor Baba's trying to get it clear, but they're under pressure. This has been fantastic pressure build-up by Bartekloof.
Well, it's been a back and forth game, at least in the last few minutes. But Banana Cat into the path of Pisankat. Great catch! Can he get the double? Oh, what a special goal it would have been if he had just got that second touch. But it goes the other way now, almost going in off the post. And, well, Bartekloof have got to be careful because that 2-goal cushion can easily be evaporated if they become complacent. It's now into the path of Elite. He looks to play this one through. He's going to take his time.
Yeah,
Jeff.
At this point, it's prioritizing defense and possession. They've got this game. They do not need to lose their heads and try and do weird stuff. And that's a little awkward. And now there's a double commit. This is not good. They just need to be solid. Alpha Elite has done so well with patience. It's right there on the line. Oh, but Captain DJ will clear it away. A gorgeous opportunity to make a sweaty finish. But Ursmurt might have left this game out of their grasp right there.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Sponsor Boobus now trying to get redemption. Jeff is the only one back. He's defending with his back towards the ball. Does well, so calm under pressure. Carries it across the field and into the middle of the park. But unfortunately for Ursmurt, they need a goal now and they don't get it. It looks like it's going to be GG to Bartekloof as they claw their way back to a level scoreline.
It is indeed a GG to Bartekloof, and wow, what a great response after going down in game one. You know, they came, they did the business so well that we looked at 9 shots versus just 3 from Ursmurt, and that tells a very accurate story of what went down there, Triple M, in terms of who was dominating possession and controlling the play throughout that game.
Yeah, it felt like Waterkloof in the first half had a firm grip on the game. They really applied the pressure in the blue half. So even when Oosmoed finally did get into the game, it didn't matter. They had the 2-goal cushion. They didn't have to overcommit. They didn't have to do anything silly. And that's a privileged position you only get to be in when you start with ferocity, aggression, and convert your chances at this level.
And they did that exceptionally well. It was a very, very good game for them. So great start from Oosmoed. They take the 1-game lead. It's instantly leveled up. So the best of 7, now a best of 5.
Yep.
And this has all the hallmarks, Triple M, of one of those epic best of 7s. And I just hope it continues, like all the way, where they keep themselves neck and neck.
Yeah, and I mean, just look, in terms of individual performances, P-Sankat, 2 assists. I think both of them were equally as good. Also, Banana Cat, as you spoke about, a signature of his, the redirects. It was a big part of how they scored in that last game. So we kick off game number 3 here, and early on, it's Waterkloof looking for an opportunity, almost getting a double touch in the opening 10 seconds of the game. That would have been special, to say the least, but Oosmoed now with an opportunity to get this out. A goal early on, and it's P-Sankat again with the piercing ball into the middle. This time, Banana Cat wasn't there to finish it. It just went straight in.
Well. Is it now? Are these the early signs of an upset? The undefeated Oosmoed, having just lost game 2, going behind relatively early here. So it is now, the question has been asked. Oh, the musty, oh, and the musty double. It would have been sensational. It would have been the shot of the entire weekend so far. Not to be, but yeah, Oosmoed are being asked the questions, and it's them to answer. Oh my. Okay, Banana Cat's losing his mind out here. This is, and the read out of the corner, it is just astonishing. I mean, that setup of for his own redirect in game 2 was beautiful. This was sensational.
And again, P-Sankat with the initial ball. It was an amazing finish, but the initial ball from P-Sankat, their telepathy needs to be studied. Another good shot. Banana Cat gets past all of them, and still showing that he can do it all over again.
All right, this is, right now, Banana Cat is putting on a man of the series performance here. Just the mechanical finesse and genius there was brilliant. Just to keep control of the ball in a very awkward situation. 2 defenders crowding him, getting it over. Absolutely sensational. Waterkloof, a very deserved 3-0 lead. In the first minute, we still have 4 minutes of this game left. Oh no, it's Sponsor Babas, the hat-trick player from game 1 misses, puts it wide.
But it's Banana Cat into Captain DJ, almost getting a 4th for Waterkloof. It's been an explosive start, and it's all down to that man, Banana Cat, as he looks to keep this one in the middle. It's into the path of Jeff now. Oosmoed need a response, and they need one desperately. Elite messes that one up. Jeff will have to clear, does a good job. But Greybeard, I'm struggling to keep up with the action here.
Oh, here we go. Oosmoed not to be outdone. And you were talking just seconds ago about the desperate need for a goal. And I was starting to wonder if Oosmoed were a little bit punch-drunk, you know, where you're just getting hit and hit and hit, and you struggle to get yourself off the ropes, but they do it there. Jeff comes to the party, gets one of them back, and the best thing they've got going for them right now is the 3.5 minutes left. There is so much time. In a best of 7, the need to panic is very far away. They can lock themselves in here and find a way back to level it up.
Well, it's Captain DJ here who's got to be careful. Doesn't get the pinch. Oh, it's a precarious situation to be in, but he does so well. Banana Cat making an absolute worldie of a save. Jeff now trying to get it in. Sponsor Boobus with the ball into the middle. Jeff is rotated back. Elite takes the shot, but unfortunately, it just wasn't quick enough. Jeff goes again, playing it to the middle. Look at the mechanics. Unfortunately, Banana Cat reads it well, and Waterkloof have taken up the other end. But since that goal is coming from Oosmoed, they've been putting on the pressure and almost getting a goal there.
there's definitely been a swing in the series here. It has been all Waterkloof, the last game and all of this game until that Jeff goal. And now we're sort of seeing a swing in the balance here. Oosmoed are getting more opportunities. They're spending more time in orange half. It gets it past one, but not the final defender. The pressure building. Jeff is up. Oh, we can't find it. Everybody misses as the double committing defenders and the incoming Jeff in attack doesn't get it there. So the opportunities are coming. They got to nail it down now. They still got 2 minutes. Time is not a problem just yet.
Well, it's back into the orange half now. Captain DJ with an awkward touch backwards. Banana Cat to come across in control. Elite now. He's got options on his left, but can't finish off the move. Jeff puts it forward. Looking, circling, waiting for their opportunity. But it's Bisinkat going for the shot. Good save again by Sponsor Boobers, but he's got to do it again. Jeff this time helping his teammate to get out of trouble. So Oosmoed have done well to stay in the game, but time is running out. They need a response quickly. They've already got the 1 goal, but they still need 2 more. As Captain DJ takes the shot, and Jeff with a magnificent save, and Sponsor Boobers gets it out.
Well, if Oosmoed get anything out of this game, they're going to have Jeff to thank for it. But I've said a lot, there's been so much time in the game, but we've reached that point where time starts to become an additional pressure. You look up at that clock, you see the seconds ticking down, and you know, goals become very quickly. We see it all the time in Rocket League, but they'll be very aware they've got to get the first of the minimum 2 they need. They've got to get it relatively quickly. And, and they'll be building frustration because they've had opportunities but haven't converted them. So now they've got to get over to the Waterkloof side and get it over the line and get it quickly. Jeff gets past one, has another crack, but it's Captain DJ who hero saves it on the line.
And Waterkloof have been so good at making those last-ditch saves, mostly from Banana Cat, but on that occasion we saw it from Bisinkat as well. They're just on it. They're alert. They are not taking any prisoners. This is dangerous. Jeff, though, puts it to the side.
Now it's throw everything at a time now. They need 2 goals, 30 seconds. They need one right now. It's kind of like everybody, get up there, get up there. There's one of them. Sponsor Bombers from distance will get one of the 2 they need. 26 sweaty seconds coming up.
Get the ball, get the ball, get the ball. The comeback is on. 26 seconds to go. Oosmoed, they've got it all to do to re-establish their lead in the series. Waterkloof, 1 goal in it. All they have to do is defend or go up the other end and double. It's an opportunity as the demo comes in. Elite with the shot. It's going, just over. Sponsor Boomers with the shot there. He gets it in. The comeback is complete. That's 3-0 with 16 to go.
Oh my word, I am loving these 2 teams in the Rocket League they are playing. We are not being disappointed here. And I said earlier that if Oosmoed get something out of this game, they're going to have Jeff to thank, and they certainly do. But the hat-trick hero from game 1, Sponsor Bobas, he finds himself in the right places, and he's got his team on level pegging, and we should have overtime here. Although Oosmoed going to look to take it down in regulation time. Oh, that was very calm by Banana Cat. He didn't look stressed at all. The ball is going to bounce. We have a game 3 overtime.
That's one of the riskiest plays I've ever seen with 5 seconds left on the clock. But
casually dribble it through across my net.
Hey, in the end it works. So overtime it is. Our first overtime in this eagerly anticipated game. Bisinkat with the shot. Captain DJ decides to go get boost. He's back in the middle now, looking to play this one across. And now Oosmoed will take it the other way, looking for the second touch. Bisankat's in trouble here. Banana Cat comes across though. And as he's done so well throughout this game, clears it again for Waterkloof.
30 seconds into overtime, and we're deadlocked. I mean, these have been high-scoring games. Outside of game, I can't remember the score of game 1, but we've had lots of goals, 6 goals, 5 goals. We've had 6 here. There will be 7 by the end of it. But there's an open net now. If they can get this down quickly, no, they'll have time to rotate back. And there has been a defensive demo. An open net on the other side. It's going to roll the entire length of the field. Banana Cat, in just under 1 minute of overtime, is going to lock it down for Waterkloof. They are 2-1 up.
And that's so unfortunate, because if you break down that play, essentially what happened was Jeff had the initial ball. He needed boost. He decided to go back. Elite is the last man back. His teammate's been demoed. He decides to come all the way across to play that one, and unfortunately he's always going to lose that 50 before he can even get into it. And that's what happens. You get punished at this level. Poor positioning, unfortunately, and just an unfortunate end to what was a spectacular fight from Oosmoed. But for Waterkloof, they now take the lead for the first time in this series. And look at the points for Banana Cat. 947, that's almost quadruple digits in a competitive LAN environment. What a cool head he's got on his shoulders.
Doing great work for his team, and it is the slight underdogs, and we have to emphasize that point, is that they are the very, very slight underdogs. Waterkloof currently now leading the series, going down in game 1, and now taking 2 on the trot. So the undefeated Oosmoed are now having to come up with some tricky answers, because it's not a crisis yet, not by any means, but you feel they can't afford to lose this next game.
Absolutely not, and it feels like this next game is going to be a swinger as far as the series is concerned, and the momentum will shift. So, game number 4 on the Utopia Coliseum. Advantage Waterkloof, Oosmoed now behind. We'll see how they respond as we go into our first kickoff. Jeff with a good shot. Sponsor Booba's looking for the second touch, can't get it. Elite with the shot. And a good save early on by Captain DJ. So opening 10 seconds, almost as entertaining as the entirety of last game. Long may it continue.
All right, well, this opening here, very important for Oosmoed. They need to find a way in, and they need to find it in very, very quick. There's a shot on target! Oh, Banana Cat's going to get the goal. The defender was there, but his angle of approach into the save just pushed it into the net. Oh, he tucked it under the crossbar. It might have bounced out, and that's a very, very tough one for Oosmoed at this stage.
Yeah, they're struggling with Banana Cat because he's got that shot in his locker. We saw it in the last game, and now again in this game. It's one thing to have that ability and be able to do it occasionally. Banana Cat's the type of player who can do it more often than not, better than 90% of the population. And if you don't challenge him in the air, you will be in trouble. Elite now giving chase as Oosmoed look to desperately claw their way back in. Banana Cat with a good clear, a dicey one, but good nevertheless. And still though, in the half of Waterkloof here, and it's Jeff circling his prey like a vulture, trying to look for some demos. Elite with the shot, Banana Cat with the save. And the follow-up will come from Sponsor Boobers. Again, looking for a touch, takes his time, goes for the flick, looks for the pinch, and Jeff misses it! Oh no, that was their opportunity.
The build-up play there, Triple M, it was sensational. He was so good, so controlled, and the pass was perfect. And Jeff taking his eye off the ball at the last second. They squander an opportunity. We should be playing in a 1-1 game right now. But in the meantime, right where we are is that Oosmoed need to rebuild from scratch.
Well, Jeff deciding to go for a dribble. Banana Cat almost punishes him. Captain DJ now looking to play this one in. Can't quite get there. And Pearson Cut is alone for now. Sponsor was giving chase. Decides to rotate back. So he's got a bit of time to control this, but unfortunately, Waterkloof still haven't got this out. Jeff missing that one. Elite now following up, not good enough. Sponsor Boobers is going to have to play this one right, and he does. Forces a good save out of Banana Cat, and the 1-0 lead remains intact for Waterkloof.
And Banana Cat not returning the favor of pushing the attempted clear into his own net, as he had that favor given to him on the other side. So this continues. What's good for Oosmoed, they haven't got, we've seen game 2, game 3, they went 2 behind, 3 behind. They haven't conceded. They've got that going for them now, but Captain DJ doesn't get to it. Banana Cat with a banger, but it hits the crossbar and goes out. Oosmoed survive a very scary moment. Sponsor Boomers! Oh, he has a shot at the net, but he hits it wide. They have got to take these opportunities.
Another chance goes beckoning for the boys in blue. Sponsor Boobers now going to have to make a very uncomfortable save, but so cool under pressure, so calm. Peace Cut with the shot. It's wide. Jeff will control. Jeff will try to get this one past, and he does. Into the path of Elite now. He's got a lot of men on him, but Pearson Cut with a great bit of pressure there. And Waterkloof are just relentless, even though they're in the lead. The pressing, closing down space, making things difficult for the opposition.
And having, but having said that, Oosmoed are able to get through. They've broken through, but just not taken the opportunities that they've worked so hard to create. All right, here comes Jeff. What can he do here? Off the wall, does very, very well. But Pisankat will get the long distance. Now the touch from Banana. Pisankat goes up. Can he get the double? He does it. Save with the rebound. Captain DJ is there to clean up. And this Waterkloof team, their team plays, their mechanical plays, they are just a delight to see right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, Captain DJ deserves all the credit for being in the right place at the right time. But it's Pisankat and Banana Cat again showing their telepathy, having that really good chemistry in the middle of the park to find each other. And it's all for Usmoort now to respond. Sponsor Boobers with a pinch across. Uncomfortable save for Banana Cat, but he makes it nevertheless. And now, Waterkloof will take it the other way, looking for the third now. It's in the air. Sponsor Boobers has got clean path in front of him to take that one out. Elite now has to try and win this 50. And time is running out for Usmoort. They've been in this position before. Can they respond again?
Oh.
Well, we're about to find out. 58 seconds to go.
Well, they're going to find 2 goals out of somewhere, and they're going to find them really, really quickly. We saw the sweaty finish. They did do it in game 3, where they got 2 late goals to level it up, so they can do it. But they got to dig deep. They've got to find themselves. They've got to find the Rocket League. They know they can play. Oh, miscommunications. Guatemala trying to turn around, make something happen, but there's been a defensive demo, and that is going to bring that attack to an end. That was the goal they needed. Maybe now they can make something happen. Banana Cat, Jeff in front, surely.
Yes!
Okay, so Usmoort. The late show brought to you by Usmoort. We saw them do this. They scored a goal with 26 seconds to go in the game that went to overtime, game 3. They've now done it with 25. I fully back them to find the second goal. I think we get our second overtime here.
22 seconds to find out. And some
20 seconds to find out. They got to make it happen. They got to make it happen right now. All right, Sponsor Bobas is going to have control of the ball. No, he gets dispossessed. Can he find the redirect? Last 10 seconds. And you feel now it has to happen now or never. If that goes in, it doesn't go in. They got to keep the ball up. Oh, they're losing control of it. It is still up though. They can't keep it up. Waterkloof are going to take what became a very close game. Waterkloof were in control for most of it, but it became a little tense toward the end.
Yeah, and again, another big performance from Banana Cat. 400 points, 1 goal, 2 saves, 4 shots, just an overall great performance. And beyond those metrics, he's getting in the way of the Usmoort plays. He's getting key interceptions, both on the ceiling, on the wall, and in the air. He's an absolute menace, and if Usmoort want to come back, that's the player they need to focus on. Somebody has got to be on demo duties to get him out of the game effectively, is the approach I would be taking.
All right, well, Usmoort have asked for a timeout, and how that works in a best of 7. A timeout is available to each team. They can request an additional 1 minute of time to plan, to strategize, to take a moment to find their centers and chakras or whatever they need to do. Yeah. And Usmoort have done that, and it's a good look. It might even be a little late because they're now 3-1 down. It's they're at do or die. They have to win every single one of the next 3 games if they are going to be the HSEL champions. Whereas now, Waterkloof, they just need to do one more time what they've already done 3 times.
Absolutely, but it's not as simple as it sounds. And for Waterkloof, they need to make sure that complacency doesn't become the instrument of their demise following this series. They've done well to get themselves into this position. Good individual performances all round, especially from Banana Cat, but the team plays as well. I mean, Pisankat and Banana Cat, the amount of times those two have linked up in the middle of the park, especially in transition, when they notice that the Usmoort players are out of position, they're so quick. It's really scary to see, considering this is only the high school level. You know, some of the plays we're seeing, it's almost as if this is at the senior level.
Well, I think when we now look at what Usmoort need to do, Sponsor Bobas he's been their key player.
Yep.
And I think he has to feature more, but he needs a little bit of support. And Jeff has been fantastic in that. We saw in that last game, a couple of mistakes from Jeff kind of made it awkward and difficult for them. So everyone now needs to come to the party, and I'm not sure what they discussed during the timeout, but whatever it is, they've got this game and this game only to make it happen.
Well, lights out and away we go. Advantage Waterkloof as Banana Cat plays another one into the middle. It's Captain DJ who will follow. Pisankat will pick up the pieces and try to clean it up. Sponsor Boobers with an opportunity, and Osmoot might have a chance, but Captain DJ with the brilliant save, and Bisankat does well to put it back into the blue corner, and he's going to do a little bit more. He's got the ball on the ceiling, looking for the pass. There's two orange cars in the middle, but Jeff comes across and thwarts any attempt at the blue goal.
Man, oh man, how amazing would that early goal have been if they'd been able to convert it? I think it would have just settled them right down, and now we see a double commit. Oh, but they still make it work. Sponsor Babas gets it in the middle. Everybody's there. It's a little bit chaotic. They've got to be cautious because now that the counter is on, it's high and loose in the middle. Who gets there first? Players up. Captain DJ is going to get off the backboard, but it is now clear. They've got to be wary of their rotations, wary of those double commits. They don't want to be getting themselves unnecessarily in trouble. We don't want the own goals or the unforced errors putting them behind.
Well, Jeff now gets past one. Can't get past Bisankat though. Into the path of Sponsor Boobers. Captain DJ into the middle. Another piercing ball from Waterkloof, but a good response from Osmoot as they look to conjure up a counter-attack. Bisankat onto Elite. Jeff giving chase. And it's back into the path of Sponsor Boobers. He's had a quiet game so far, but he will no doubt show up when it matters most. You can count on it. Jeff now with the shot, looks for the pass. He's not quite going to get it in. Elite with the follow. Captain DJ with the save. It's not over yet though. Another save. Back-to-back big saves in a big game for Waterkloof.
Man, oh man, oh man. That was four consecutive shots on goal. Every player on Osmoot had a crack at it. None of them could get it in there. And then one wayward rebound shot, and now an opportunity, a pass into the middle by Captain DJ, but no one from Waterkloof to take advantage. But again, Osmoot making opportunities. They're right there. Just get the ball into the net. They've got to change this and change it quickly. They're doing it. There's nothing wrong with the Rocket League they're playing except getting it over the line.
Clinical edge is underrated at this level. And another shot. Bisankat with a brilliant shot. And he's almost produced that from a very difficult position, almost out of nothing, because he had options on his right, but he decided to go for the shot there, and it's paid off in a big way. So a 1-0 lead for Waterkloof, and the advantage is firmly solidified. But for Osmoot, you have to feel it's getting a little bit sticky at the moment as another chance comes in, and they almost score. Follow-up shot, and Sponsor Boomers with a desperate save to get that one out.
Yeah, but we are seeing what led up to that goal. There was a little bit of a miscommunication in the corner, tiny little team bump that put them in massive trouble. Surely now they got to make this work, and they got to lock it down here. Look, it's easy. It's always easier said than done, and the inclination right now is to be in a panic frame of mind. But we saw that they've been undefeated up to this point. They know how to do this. They've just got to find that once more and then get the work done.
Perhaps it's a case of peaking too early. That can happen in knockout competitions, you know. When you play really well at the beginning, but then towards the back end of the tournament, you start to fizzle out. That could be what is the demise of Osmoot here as they try to keep this attack alive. Sponsor Boobers will play it backwards now. Elite will control. He's taking his sweet time here. It's a dangerous one, but in the end, he gets away with it. Sponsor Boobers now into the path of Jeff, back into Boobers. Can't quite read that one, but he makes life difficult for Waterkloof. Banana Cat into the middle, gets it over one. Is there a catch? Oh, so close. That would have been another catalogue, another addition to the catalogue of brilliant team plays from Waterkloof.
All right, Banana Cat to Bisankat, but the shot doesn't have the source on it that it needs, and now they're going to try and make their way over. We're into the final minute. Where did all this time go? It felt like they had all the time in the world. They don't now. Their high school, the championship on the line right here, right now. Jeff gets it down this. Oh, it's not an open net. Bisankat gets the save. Alpha Elite, last man back. Does get it out to the side. The net open, and that might be that. 40 seconds to go. Captain DJ puts Waterkloof 2 in front. Desperate, desperate times for Osmoot.
Desperate is an understatement. Unfortunately for Osmoot there, they just couldn't quite get back, and it's squeaky bum time. They have to be aggressive. They have to commit everyone forward, and that gave Waterkloof an opportunity to really extend a lead that was already firmly in place. I mean, even at 1-0, it just feels like they were in control. They didn't need that second goal. Now they've got it, and Usmut, what was already a difficult, steep mountain to climb, has now turned into something else.
Well, it's a gargantuan mountain. They do like to score late to Usmut, but this might be too late. Too much, too late. They won the opening game. At that stage, it looked like this was going to be the Usmut show. But Waterkloof, ever since game 2, they have been bossing the series around. This is the grand final. And now with the clock run down, High School Waterkloof are your 2023 HSEL champions. Usmut like to score late. That is far too late. Waterkloof are your champions!
Brilliant performance by a team that had quite a slow start, but have shown and demonstrated their quality at the point of the tournament where it matters most. It's great to have a perfect record in the last 16, in the brackets, but at the end of the day, what matters is how you perform on LAN in that best of 7. And Captain DJ, big performance in the last game, but by far, Banana Cat has to get the credit for being the big player here for Waterkloof. I think he is the sole reason, him and Sankat actually, for just being at the epicenter of everything good for his team today, and they should be proud of how they've conducted themselves.
All right, well, I think we should get Banana Cat up here and get a little interview done with him.
Banana Cat, you want to come up?
That side. Banana Cat, come on up. So, Triple M, let's move this over. And no, don't go. Banana Cat, come stand in the middle of us here. You can see we're very well organized for this. Let's just get that out of the way.
Yeah, very well organized.
How's it? Just talking to the mic. Let's make sure everyone can hear you. Which is this mic? Okay,
you know what? Give him
give him the headset, but you can still ask questions. Just ask it into the mic. All right, hello, ladies and gentlemen, from your HSEL champions, High School Waterkloof, Banana Cat. So now Banana Cat, yours is a name I became familiar with. You came in as a sub for one of the RLCS teams. I can't remember. Yeah. You were a late sub, and at least from my perspective, you kind of came out of nowhere. It was like, okay, who's this guy? Yeah. And so firstly, massive congratulations.
Thank you.
And so tell us about the process. How did it all go today? Game 1, you were down. What happened from there?
The spirits were a bit down after game 1. It's a bit rattling, but the nerves calmed down a bit after a while. And we just gained momentum and we pulled through. Yeah.
very understated.
Yeah.
All right, Triple N, I'm going to hand this to you.
So, Banana Cat, big performance. Well done, first of all. And second of all, look, your relationship with Sankat looks really good. You guys obviously had a lot of team plays together. A lot of your goals, especially the best ones, I think, were between you two. How has your relationship with him helped with you as a player and just Waterkloof in general be so dominant?
I have 2 sexy teammates, so we've gained a lot of chemistry over the time we've played together.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, just when you know the guys, you just play together better. Yeah.
Okay. Well, one more question before I hand back to Greybeard. What are your plans beyond this? Because a player of your quality has a very bright future in this scene. I'm not kidding, man. Some of those redirects were absolutely nasty, and I can't decide which is my personal favorite, the redirect from the middle or the shot that you hit off the ceiling. But what are your plans for the future of Rocket League? What are your goals and aspirations?
Well, I want to win the RLCS regionals once at least.
I like
and
that.
I just want to maybe go to Europe, start playing professionally there.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to hand back to Greybeard now.
Banana Cat, what is your what grade are you in now?
11.
Okay, so Waterkloof's going to have you for at least 1 more year.
Yeah.
All right, so they must be very relieved by that.
Yeah.
And that's fantastic. It gives you another year to develop your skill to go further. And congratulations to you, to Pisankat, to Captain DJ. outstanding performance today.
Thank you.
2023 champions, and we're looking forward to seeing a lot more of you
Yes.
in the future.
Thank you, Mr.
Ladies and
Grady.
gentlemen, Banana Cat. All right, well, Triple M, fantastic performance. I am disappointed we didn't go all the way to
Yeah,
Game 7.
yeah.
I think it would have been an outstanding Game 7, but just wonderful to see what these guys did out here today.
I mean, I just want to say, before we've spoken a lot about Waterkloof, and they deserve a lot of praise, but Oosmoed, they had a really good run coming into this, and as unfortunate as this loss is, I just want to say they shouldn't have their heads dropped after this. They should be proud of, first of all, giving an honest account of themselves, but second of all, really showing that at the end of the day, it's not easy to convert in a grand final. It's not easy to come to your first LAN and be as good as you were online, and the nerves obviously got the better of them today, but Sponsor Boobers, big performance for him. Unfortunately, wasn't meant to be. I still think, though, it's something to be proud of.
It's something huge to be proud of. You came to the grand finals. You were here at Comic-Con live, playing in front of a crowd, playing in front of your fans,
Yep.
and undefeated up to this point. And
Yep.
that's and what a lesson of the life in professional anything.
Yep.
This is what you sign up for.
Yep.
The high highs, the low lows,
Yep.
the bitter disappointment, the nerves, but the players, we know, they become addicted to that feeling and the intensity of competition. And they're going to be miffed today. There's no doubt. The rest of today, they're going to be moping around. But you know what? Come Monday, come next week, come next season, they're going to be out there fighting, competing, learning all the lessons they got from being here live and everything they learned along the way. So you're quite right in pointing about Oosmoed, and I was chatting to their coach, their teacher, their manager, I don't know, Johan before, and I want to give a shout out to the Johans, the Jakkels, the other, these teachers, these educators who are supporting these students in what they're doing and doing everything they can to help grow esport in general, Rocket League in particular. They're absolute heroes of the scene, and I want a massive shout out to them and what they're doing. All right, so Triple M, that's one of the 5 series we have today that is done and out the way. Next, we get to the VS Championships. We have 2 semi-finals to get through, a grand final to get through, and we're going to get that all set up and bring it to you very shortly.
1-2, 1-2.
5. And we are back. Telkom VS Gaming Championship Finals weekend live from Comic-Con. I'm Greybeard, alongside me Triple M. We've already seen one banger of a series. The high school champions, Waterkloof, taking down the undefeated Oosmoed 4-1. Great dominating performance from Waterkloof there. But now we get into, I guess, the big boys, the after school boys, the VS Gaming Championships. And we're going to be starting, well, we have two semi-finals, the grand final, and the first of those coming up, XD Gaming versus Unity.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big game. I mean, Unity obviously coming off the back of a good performance against Monarch yesterday evening. A promising young roster that we don't know too much about, that showed flashes of brilliance. But the challenge they have today is a monumental one, because the last time these two teams have faced each other, Unity have unfortunately lost all 5 of those series. Pirates scoring 43 goals, Unity only managing 14, and in those individual games, Pirates haven't dropped a single game. I mean, XD, pardon me, haven't dropped a single game to Unity. So it's going to be a big challenge for them, but they do have something going for them in that they're here. They're a roster who's had a lot of experience together, both in this competition and RLCS, and they showed some good synergy yesterday and some good signs. Can they transfer that against an opposition of this caliber? It remains to be seen.
All right, well, we have, from a roster point of view, the Orlando Pirates team that is now just XD. Shadow Hunter, who played with them in the last split of RLCS, he's now gone back to Portugal, and they've brought in a bit of a prodigy, another one of these young players we're going to be watching out for, young guns. Talking about young guns, his name is Guns, and he played for Cosmico. Cosmico was a team that came in the very last split of RLCS, or toward the end of the second, and out of nowhere suddenly got themselves into the top 16 for the entire season. And Guns playing no small role in that, and he's been seconded into the XD team. So I've seen him, he's a delight to watch, and now we're going to get to watch him live at LAN.
Well, I mean, speaking of which, he's actually been with them in this particular competition for about 2 months, I'm hearing from the players. So he has had time to get integrated with this roster. And who better than Happy Meal and Cams? 2 players with obviously great mechanical ability, but even beyond that, experience, leadership, know-how, and the additional drive from what was a disappointing end to their RLCS season. Obviously missing out on that wildcard spot, that's going to motivate them to want to go extra hard in this particular series and make sure that they leave no prisoners. So as far as everything is concerned, I'm fully expecting Guns to show out, but it's not just him. He doesn't have to carry the show today because he's got 2 excellent players sitting beside him who are seasoned professionals.
Oh, never mind seasoned. I mean, Happy Meal, solid player, been around the block several times. And then Cam, we know him. Cam, formerly known as Daisy. He's been to Worlds, mechanical player, delightful player. But now let's talk about Unity. So I think we've painted a very graphic picture of the difficult job that Unity have. But yeah, they did a great job yesterday. We got their 5BS Blade, Potato with a Gun. I don't know if we would count the first series we saw today as an upset, but maybe there's something in the air and we see an upset.
I mean, anything is possible. And look, you mentioned Guns earlier, being a young, hot prospect who's now established himself in a team like Cosmico. Blade is another one who just last year was playing for a high school team formerly known as PRG. He was the next big thing. Now he's integrated himself into an RLCS roster where I think he's become a mainstay. It's not a permanent home because, you know, I guess he would be a little bit more ambitious and will be looking for some of those top 8, top 6, maybe even top 4 spots as far as rosters are concerned. But for now, I think he's in a really good place for his career currently, and he's demonstrated a level of maturity that I think is amicable for players young as him. I mean, we can talk about mechanics and we can talk about all the things that go into being a good Rocket League player, but mentality is also very important, especially when you're at that age. So he's a player who I think is one to watch on the Unity side.
All right, well, hopefully they can bring it all. They can bring the fire live at Comic-Con at LAN. And all the talking is done. It's time for the real deal. Triple M, This is it, championship weekend. The champions are decided. Let's go, Commandos! It's howling time!
And kickoff is underway. Happy Meal with an early goal, and XD in just 3 seconds have established their dominance right on time. Unfortunately, an overcommit on the kickoff from the side of Unity, and they will need a quick response because we've spoken at length about who the favorites will be in this particular series. You don't want to be going 1-0 down this early on, so a kickoff to reset here. Happy Meal with another shot towards the middle. Potato with a good save, looking to play it across. Blade now with a good ball into the middle. Guns with a good interception. 5BS will give chase, and now it's back in the path of 5BS. Cams does well on the ceiling. Potato now pushing it forward. Very back and forth starts, but Pirates looking to get a second here, and unfortunately not able to convert on that opportunity. Cams now with the shot, and Guns almost putting it in. Happy Meal with the follow though, and after so many consecutive shots peppering that orange goal, Pirates extend their lead to 2 goals.
XD extending lead to 2 goals, and yeah, they're Happy Meal having a field day out there.
Yep, as expected, he's one of those players that you can expect to turn up at events like this, and XD will be happy to have him. It's now into the blue half. A rare sight so far in this game. It's been all XD gaming, but now Unity showing flashes of trying to get it out their half. Although, as I say that, they're in a bit of trouble here.
Pass
into the
into
path of Guns.
Yeah, well, listen, they're a minute in here. There's been a demo in net. The net's kind of open. Cam's trying to find a way in front of the net. Doesn't quite get there, but it's just another example of the dominance of this XD team we've seen from the get-go. And another demo, another goal. This time Cam getting involved, but his work was made really easy by the demo.
Yeah, a demo on the wall, not as easy
my.
as it looks. A demo followed by a bump just to get rid of the additional player, and it's an easy Saturday afternoon cruise for a seasoned professional to put that one in the back of the net. So Unity are staring down the barrel of a 3-goal deficit with 3 minutes to go in their first game, their first taste of the semi-finals here in the VS Gaming Championship. And Cams with the pinch. Guns unfortunately unable to put that on target, but they retain possession and reset the attack.
The problem is all the action is over on the Unity half. It's up against their goal line. Cam squeezes it by, but it's wide. He's going to have to do work to try and pass it into the middle. He doesn't make it happen. Guns now trying to repeat what he did earlier, taking the ball up the wall, looking for the bumps, looking for the pass. Gets neither of them. Now they have to rush back for defense. Maybe an opportunity here. There's an open net. No. Oh, Guns is back. He saves. Blade shot. And now we have a Rule 1 situation. Oh, no. This is the VS Gaming. This is championship weekend. Why are they in a Rule 1?
Unbelievable. They don't want to upset the Rocket League gods. They don't want to tempt fate. Cams with the shot, narrowly misses it, and Happy Meal will reset the attack. He goes up to the ceiling, looks to go towards the middle, looking for the double, almost gets it, and he does in the end. He makes it 4, and XD, pardon me, getting a 4th goal in what has been a dominant start.
And what if you look in the distance over on the other side, Blade and Guns locked in a Rule 1. And fair enough, from Unity's side, you're removing a good player.
Yep.
But you know what? My feelings on the Rule 1 are abundantly clear. When there's money on the line, you shouldn't be messing around with that. But it is what it is. They want to please the Rocket League gods, and if there's anything I've learned in my time in Rocket League is they don't exist. Either they don't exist, or if they do, they hate you. And it doesn't matter who you are, but either way, we stand here with XD Gaming 4-0 up against Unity in Game 1 of this best of 7.
Well, it's into the path of Cam now. Happy Meal forced to defend. Carries it across. Guns coming from the ceiling. Happy Meal goes alone though. 5BS improvising to try and get that one out. It's on the orange net once again. Unity under pressure. XD in control. Guns to the middle. Cam misses it. Blade looking for something, looking for a flash, but unfortunately it's parried away. And it's a shot again. Potato this time, forcing a good save out of Cam.
Yeah, but this is a good passage of play from Unity. They've had some pressure. They've had consecutive shots on goal. They might have something else here. They try and bring it around. That's awesome. It's right in front of the net. Someone's got to get there. But the save comes in. And just like that, XD break that immediate pressure, but Unity not letting go. They're still looking for something. There's been a bump, there's been a lot of argy-bargy there, but Unity can't break through. XD solid in defense as they are in attack.
It's not over yet. Happy Meal makes a pivot on the halfway line. Delightful ball into the middle. 5BS catches. Guns intercepts. Guns looking for the redirect. Cam will get it anyways. And it's all XD Gaming, but Unity with the flash. Potato into the middle. Guns with the save. And a demo demonstrating the carnage and the difficulty at which Unity have had to try to find a goal here. And try as they might, it just hasn't worked out for them, Greybeard.
The second half of the game has been much better for them. They've performed much better. And unfortunately, too much of the game had elapsed. They'd given away too much. 4 goals gone. It's hard to come back from that. But the final 2.5 minutes of this game, we've seen them at least putting on some pressure, putting on some threats, having shots on goal, but the solid defense of XD just not letting them in there. But if they can take this last half performance, bring it into the next game, don't concede, you know, if they can keep it close, keep it tight, a 0-0 game, then at the back half they score their goal, they can sneak a win here, and maybe one win turns into 2, turns into something threatening.
Well, Cam with the shot, and Blade with the save. Potato with the interception. Into the middle of the park. It's the young gun himself now. Gets past 2, and Cam gets the catch. Can't get the double though. It would have been a dirty way to finish what has already been an absolute carnage fest for XD Gaming in the opener of our first semi-final in this Fierce Gaming Championship. The ball will drop, and XD Gaming will inevitably take game number 1.
Game number 1, done and dusted. XD rocking the Casbah here, doing. Well, listen. If we had any question about how XD are feeling and how they're feeling about their game and the sort of Rocket League they're playing, I think we can be in no doubt here. They came to play, they came to win. That's very good from their perspective, and now we see, can Unity respond? You know, we said, is there the potential of an upset in the air? So far, we're not seeing that, but who knows where we go to from here? I mean, there's a long way to go. But if and again, if Unity can replicate anything like they did in the last half of the game, from 2.5 minutes they didn't concede.
Yep.
They kept XD at bay. And I think if they focus on that and then look for a way to sneak a goal, to sneak one by, but prioritize locking down that defense, don't allow XD to build up the pressure that they've been doing so easily.
Yeah, and we spoke about the threat that is Guns, but so far it's all Happy Meal. 600 points in that game, 3 goals, 6 shots. That's a 50% conversion rate, and on top of that, making 2 delightful saves to back up that performance. So all round, on the defensive half as well as the offensive half, he's been a healthy contributor to XD Gaming's start in this game. So game number 2 on the Forbidden Temple. Can Unity finally break the duck and break out of the shackles that they've been so agonizingly held back by against XD Gaming, or will it be XD stamping their authority and doubling what has already been a magnificent lead in this series? We're about to find out as Cam is forced to improvise on the back post, and he does so very well. Into the path now of Guns, who decides to rotate away. Happy Meal sitting back. 5BS will have time to control. Potato's the only one back. He's got to be careful here. Won't matter anyways, but
very positive start here from Unity. It's been good. They've been rushing out there, not giving XD time on the ball, not giving them time to build pressure and come forward into their half. And honestly, the most surprising stat for me out of game 1 is the fact that Unity had 7 shots on goal. Look, there were 13 from XD, but Unity putting 7 on. They didn't score from them. They might score now. No, it's touched away. So they are there and thereabouts. And that, to me, all happened in the last half of the game. And I love the start. Now they just got to make it convert. Potato! What a double tap! What a way to get Unity on the board!
A stylish finish in a stylish car. The hipster's choice, the Dominus. It's a brilliant one. And you know what? We saw this from him yesterday. He wasn't quite able to convert in the final third, but we saw the flashes of mechanical brilliance from Potato. And I'm glad when the pressure is on and the heat is mounting up as 5BS misses a narrow shot there. Unfortunate not to get the double. But as I was saying, it's good to see those level of mechanics coming out now. And Happy Meal scores at the other end as I'm praising Potato for a good finish.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. They locked out XD Gaming in the last half of that last game, and now scoring first. Man, oh man, oh man. You know, when you get a lead, when you're playing a team that's so much better than you get a lead, you've got to lock it down. They aren't able to. The game is level. So, and now here come XD, looking for something that's very awkward in front of the net. And yeah, okay, so I'm gonna start, since he's one of the very few professional players that rocks the Dominus, I think we're gonna rename him to Potato with a Dominus.
Potato the freestyler as well. That's another candidate. But I like your suggestion better. Blade now into the middle. He's got options on his left. Decides to go all the way. Happy Meal has thwarted the attack. Happy Meal will carry it to the middle now. Into the path of Cam. Off the backboard. And 5BS with an important save. Although it's not over yet. Cam now looking to conjure something up here. Happy Meal thwarted across. It's Potato now. Into the middle. Ooh. And it's anyone's ball. Guns does well, but that was a flash in the pan for Unity. And the game is only level. Oh, Guns almost going all the way after such a good clear, almost providing a goal at the other end.
Well, we have to keep in mind here, game one at this point, XD Gaming were already 4 goals in front. They pretty much locked in the win by this stage. Unity going toe-to-toe here with XD, not allowing them to dominate. They gave up their lead, which is unfortunate, but despite that, they're not allowing XD to run them over and actually still finding ways to move forward, create opportunities. So I think there's a sneaky chance here that Unity get themselves into the series, make something happen. It's a 1v1. Happy Meal, last man back, does incredibly well. The attack's not over yet. Into the corner, Blade's going to try and pick it up and bring it round. Doesn't succeed, and Blade now, everyone rushing back for Unity to cover their own net.
It was a good opportunity for them. Unfortunately, XD matching the intensity. Oh, 5BS with the flick! Happy Meal forced to make a save, and Blade decided to rotate back for boost. You can't fault him there, but if he had just been a little bit closer, perhaps we'd be looking at a Unity lead. They've done well up until this point, but they need something special to take the lead and take a game off XD here. It's now into the path of Happy Meal, into the path of Guns, who's now been demoed, and 5BS. Well, it's actually Potato who will carry this out. He's going to take his time, and Blade now will play it forward. Happy Meal with the touch, and that has thwarted the attack. Guns looking to carry. He's got Cam on his left and Happy Meal behind him. That additional cover for Pirates and that positioning for XD Gaming has been a saving grace for them in defense.
Wow, listen, I mean, Unity have done incredibly well in attack. They've had 8 shots, double the number of shots of XD. But the defensive work you've just referenced from XD is what's keeping them in it. The redirect. Oh, I thought no one was there. I thought 5BS wouldn't make it there. He does. He stretches out a tire, finds a way, and now a touch away off the goal line from Potato with a Dominus. And they're still in it. We're into the final minute, and this is as close a Rocket League game as you would like to have. XD, and I think they might just get a little frustrated here because they will feel, you know, we clamped down last game 4-0, and here we are, we're being pushed back by Unity.
Absolutely, it's Happy Meal now, looking to go all the way, almost gets the dunk, Khan gets it off the backboard, and Guns decides, you know what, I'm gonna rotate back and get some boost and not risk it all. It is level after all, 22 seconds to go and counting. Guns has got it all to do here. Trying to conjure something up, but Pirates, I mean XD, pardon me, will have to try again.
I think an overtime here is good for Unity because there's the chaos factor of an overtime where a goal can come out of nowhere, and I think that does favor Unity. I think I'll be quite pleased pushing XD to an overtime here, but they're going to have to defend this. The clock has run down, the ball hasn't bounced, they're keeping it up, it does hit the ground. We have a game 2 overtime, and it is and far more important for Unity to take this. If they sneak this win, perhaps they've just got the crowbar through the door just a little bit.
And considering XD Gaming were the favorites, having an overtime this early in the series could be a good omen. Hopefully, we might see this one stretched out.
I think the hopium is high here in the caster booth. We just want the series to be close, but it's high and loose. Okay, Happy Meal will get there. He'll touch it away. No one rushing that ball down. I'm surprised. The ball just sort of being allowed to float there in the midfield for long periods. This is a bit awkward. Potato with the Dominus has to get up and try and get it away, and they do so now.
It's now into the path of Cam. 5BS with a good interception. Happy Meal will catch. And now he's going to take his time. It's Potato who comes across. And it's the Dominus again, almost getting past Cam's there. And Guns does well to get this away, but good pressure from Unity. Potato with a good shot. Initially, the pass came from 5BS. Nice to see the team plays coming as Blade here tries to put it forward into the path of his teammate. XD Gaming getting it into a threatening position, but the attack is thwarted, and now the counter. Ooh, Cam with a good save.
Well, it's not one of those quick overtimes, you know. Sometimes you see them sort of 5, 6, 10, 12 seconds, it's all over. We're deep into the second minute here of overtime. And I have to say, to me, it does seem like Unity having the best of it in terms of possession. No! As I say that, Happy Meal sniping a goal from distance, just like the first goal he scored from the halfway line. And he breaks Unity's heart. They did so well. They fought so well, but they will go 2 games behind in this best-of-7 semi-final.
And you have to wonder, losing a game like that in agonizing fashion after playing so well, having so many sustained periods of pressure, what that will do to the confidence of Unity. If they can replicate that performance, they will be in good stead for the rest of the series. But as far as XD Gaming are concerned, again, Happy Meal chipping in with a big performance. Again, 50% conversion rate, 2 goals off of 4 shots. That is a decent day at the office. Also getting 2 saves as well on the defensive end. So we're seeing him contribute in a very positive way. He is at the epicenter of everything good for XD Gaming at the moment. And yes, Cam, Guns, they've played well, but I think Happy Meal is a contender for MVP so far.
Well, I think, you know, Happy Meal often gets overlooked in conversations because you have players like Cams and Guns, for example, who are the flashy out there players. But I think there are very, very few players in this region, in this scene, that have a deeper understanding of Rocket League as a game than Happy Meal. In terms of where to be, how to be, and we see it in small snippets, how he defended when he was 1v1 against an advancing Unity team. He knows how to defend those, how to play it, and it's such an invaluable role to play.
Well, for XD Gaming, should they win this one, the follow-up game will be match point. For Unity, even if they win, best case scenario, they've still got a mammoth task to overcome. Kickoff has commenced as Potato with the dominance tries to get that one away. Guns, though, has done well to get this all the way to the orange half. Cam looking to play some service across. Ooh, Happy Meal was the closest one to it, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get the finish there. But the good early pressure coming out from XD Gaming here and trying to break that good performance from Unity in the last game.
Yeah, and Unity, it's easy for them to, you know, to hang their heads at losing that last game. But they've got to look at the positives. They took XD to an overtime. They scored first. They pressured them. They just got to do more of that. You know, it went to an overtime. You know, you get unlucky. It's golden goal. It's a bit of a lottery there. So if they just carry on doing what they did for the last half of the first game and most of the last game, they will remain in this with a chance. But early signs here in Game 3 is that XD have kind of turned things around. They're not allowing the pressure of Unity to come to them. They're keeping it over on the Unity half, and there we see a shot saved away via the backboard, and Unity get it out. But so far, it's an XD Gaming pressure situation, and it's going to build further here. There's been a demo, one player back, it is touched away.
Yeah, and what would ordinarily be celebrated as a good save is just a standard save against an opposition of this caliber. Happy Meal with the shot!
Oh.
5 BES in the nick of time! Oh, but Cam gets the follow-up, and it doesn't matter anyways. All his efforts are in vain. So XD with a 1-goal lead and 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, and it does seem in the opening minute and a half of this game, XD have broken the stranglehold that Unity seemed to have in that last game, where they were able to have multiple shots on goal and have all the territorial advantage. They've broken that from the get-go in this game, and Unity have not been able to recreate. Oh, and there's going to be a second here. Happy Meal, who's having, I said it in Game 1, but I'm going to say it again here in Game 3, having a field day. Top scorer for XD in the series so far. And I spoke about his brain, and most of the goals he's scored have been long distance, spotting an open net. And that's the advantage of Happy Meal. He knows what's what, and he's finding those long distance shots, and it's paying dividends for him. XD Gaming 2-0 in front.
And an underappreciated component of that is actually the pass from Guns across the field, as this one will roll in and give XD Gaming a third, and this time they have asserted their dominance in a similar fashion to game number 1. Game 2 was very close, very eagerly contested, but now we've reverted back to type, as is, you know, the recent history of these two teams. XD Gaming have always dominated, and just on your point earlier about Happy Meal, he has found good shots, which is a good point to make, but Guns playing such a good pass in the middle and having that awareness and that instinct to play it towards the middle, it's a really important, like you need all these pieces to work together like a well-oiled machine.
And the very clear communication, which is great to see. You know, when that's working well, it just flows to results out on the pitch. And working like a dream so far, and we're coming up to halfway through the game. Unity up against the Kosh, very similar to game one, and they're going to be looking for some way, anyway, to fight their way back into the series. And the last half of game one, they did well. We're now into the last half of this game. Can they get back into it? They've only scored 1 goal, though, in the entire series so far. So that's their big challenge. They're going to have to find 3 from somewhere.
Well, it's worth mentioning, of course, we spoke about it earlier, Shadow Hunter not here with this XD roster, so arguably this isn't even a full-strength XD roster, and they're doing so well. Guns, it's like he's been with them for years. The level of comfort and chemistry they have demonstrated today, and this isn't even their final form. Unity have got a lot to work on.
I haven't seen a lot of them. The little bit I have seen, because Guns has been with them for a few months now, and the little bit I've seen, to me it seems like he's just fit right in. It doesn't feel like a hole he's had to fill. It's kind of, he's just slid in there and done the job, and it really is showing, and I'm excited to see what happens. You know, where Guns lands up in the future, if he'll stick with this roster or go elsewhere. But in the meantime, they've still got a job to do here. They're firmly in charge, firmly in control, but Unity still scrapping, still fighting, still trying somehow to find a way.
Well, it's into the path of Happy Meal. Good pass into Cam. No follow-up, though. Cam now holds it up in the corner. Blade will come across and take it. He's, of course, switched to the Octane. Interesting choice. Haven't really seen him compete in an Octane. He's usually always in the Finnick. Cam now going forward, trying to get it off the backboard. And that one will dwindle into the darkness as Unity try to transition up the other end. They found such a difficult time of saving the ball and then quickly trying to get it up the other end. And it's a tactic that has been over-exhausted at this level. When you're playing against a team that you know is better than you, all you've really got to pin your hopes on is that quick transition. And they did it well against Monarch yesterday evening, but again, it's a different caliber of opposition, and they really are struggling to get that transition up the field, especially through the middle.
It's a different kettle of bananas, and we're coming into the last 40 seconds, and they are yet to find a way through. It's been another dominating XD performance, one we saw in game one, but the difference here for me, I mean, they've scored fewer goals, but they've dominated for longer. They came out the gate swinging in game one, killed the first half, and then had to absorb a lot of pressure in the final half. This time, they've pretty much just controlled the pace of the play, the possession, the territorial. They've had it under their control for all of this game, and they're going to take it down. They're now in sweep territory. Unity Esports are going to be in the unenviable position of having to reverse sweep in a best-of-7 to go through to the final.
Yeah, and if it's not Limitless, then it's going to be XD, right? They're the team, and we always pontificate about Limitless. They're not here. XD are the team, I would say, the measuring stick at this current event. I mean, you could throw WRG in there, they are the champions. But either way, you wouldn't want to play either of those teams if you're Unity, and so far, they are struggling. So Cam this time taking the lion's share of the points. He's had a bit of a quiet start, and I think that's a sign of a team playing well. When you've got 3 players of this caliber not really having much to do. You pointed out the fact that they haven't had as many shots. I don't think that's a bad thing, because for me, that's an indicator that they're in control, they're in their element, and top teams know how to game manage. You don't always have to go gung-ho and be aggressive. Sometimes you can just take your time. You can just concede possession and say, you're 3-0 down, I'm just going to sit back and let's see what you can do, mate. Have fun.
All right, well, Unity have taken a timeout. A reminder that in a best-of-7, both teams have the option of taking a timeout. It gives you an extra minute between games to kind of think about things, to try and recalculate where you are, what you want to do, how you're going to go into the next game, or just, you know, take a little break. So they have taken that timeout. So we'll wait for them to be ready as we go into the last game. And it is kind of late to be taking the timeout.
Yep.
It seems around the world the meta seems to be, if you go down 2 games, you want to take that timeout. You want to reset earlier rather than at crunch time. But in SSA, it seems to be at the set point where it's like, okay, we better take a time out here.
African time.
And I'm trying to think there was a timeout. Oh, the timeout didn't work. Usmud took a timeout at a similar position. It was 3-1.
Yep.
And that timeout not working for them. They didn't make it work. They didn't come back and win the next game. So Unity going to see if they can turn that franchise around a little.
Yeah, well, for Unity, I think as far as coming back, they're going to need something special. They're going to need an individual performance. Potato played really well in that game too, did really well to score that difficult shot, incredibly difficult, coming off the ceiling, and that's the level that Unity are going to need to get to just to keep up with XD, never mind win the game and complete the reverse sweep. So we'll see if they've got the minerals to come back, but again, it's been such a dominant display from XD in general against Unity as far as their head-to-head is concerned. Before this event, 43 goals from XD, only 2 games dropped against Unity, and 5 out of 5 series completed. So I can't stress this enough. This is not a surprise. Hopefully Unity will give us some hopium though as we go into match point for XD Gaming.
The tough call here is the number of goals they've scored. I mean, you just highlighted the overall record here, but in this series alone, we've had 8, 12 goals. How many goals have we had?
I think it might
2, 4, 6, 10. 10 goals. 10 goals versus the one of Unity. Yeah. So that's quite a disparity. But you know what? You don't have to be getting multiples of goals. You've got to get one more than your opposition, though. So they can get 1 goal and win the game. They look like they might do that in the second game. But so I think for a start is look for that first and then lock it down.
Well, for XD Gaming, all the hopes, all the dreams of getting that wildcard spot fortunately weren't meant to be, but they have a chance at redemption here at the VS Gaming Championship. They weren't here last year, they are here this year, and it's a chance for them to really step their authority. Guns now into the path of Happy Meal. That attack has been thwarted. Cam now goes forward. 5BS forced to make what looked like a routine save, but actually was an uncomfortable save because he had a blue car on him, and he's done well to thwart it. But Unity need to get it up the other end.
The wall dashing along didn't work out last in the end. They've got an opportunity now. I think that was Guns up looking for a shot, doesn't find it. Minute and a half in, locked at 0. This is good for Unity. Just keep going. Potato with the dominance. Great 50. Opportunity now. It's floating in front of the net. No one's there to have a shot to slot it home, but they'll keep the pressure up.
Yeah, and Unity need to show that aggression now. Obviously, you don't want to be too overzealous and overextend, but it is squeaky bum time for Unity. 3 minutes to go. They've done well to keep it level and gridlocked in a goalless battle. A relentless pursuit of something, and a flash dwindles away into the darkness again for Unity as they come short in front of the blue goal.
Well, this is now our longest period of time in the entire series without the opening goal being scored. Nearly 2.5 minutes, half a game gone without a goal. That does favor Unity. Very much the way that I think the overtime did. They went on to lose that overtime, but when they're not chasing down a huge deficit, that is good for them. They can push her, find a way to score. There it is. Blade will find the opener. Bang on halfway through this game, and maybe a tiny shaft of light coming from a door that's opened a crack.
I asked for some hopium, and we've got it. Blade coming up in a very pivotal moment, but the job is not done for Unity. A 1-goal lead under normal circumstances is already fragile.
Yeah, this is the tough time right after kickoff. The next 20-30 seconds, they've got to lock it down because that's when they're going to be their most vulnerable. XD are going to be on the hunt.
Well, Unity now trying to get this one forward. Happy Meal regains possession into the path of Cam. He's going to go into the middle, look for the second touch. Perhaps a bit of teamwork, making the dream work there was on the cards, but not meant to be. So, Unity now have the advantage, and just under 2 minutes to go. They're doing well to pepper the blue goal, but you almost feel they need a second goal. Good demo from Blade. 5BS punts it forward, and 5BS will catch. Oh, Cam with a great interception, and that is what XD have been so good at. A shot now. Oh, and Blade. I think he had his angles covered there. Still 1-0.
Oh! Oh, they get away with one there. XD Guns banging it down off the crossbar and out. And this is nervous times for Unity, because it's the first time we've really seen, since they conceded, XD coming up with venom, with anger. They are looking for that goal. The angled shot is too soft to get past the last defender. And Unity, I think, have got to try and focus on keeping the ball close. They don't want to just bang it away, and that is the tendency. When you're in front, you just want to get the ball away from your net, but you're playing right into XD's hands because they then have possession. They've got to look to control. They've got one more minute to hang on, and they will not go down in a sweep. They can't hang on, and Happy Meal, as he has done every time Unity have had a lead, he comes in to rip the dream from their grasp.
He's cooler than a cucumber, and he is absolutely showing out here. Another goal from long range, which is something you've pointed out. It's now become a trademark of his as far as this series is concerned. Guns now will control, and XD Gaming entering familiar territory. They've re-established an equal game, and now all they've got to do is get that goal up at the other end. Worst case scenario, go to overtime. It's played with the shot, and it hasn't gone in, and that might be the moment that Unity look back on with agonizing emotion.
You know, when you're playing ranked games, that sort of shot, one of the players is most likely to comment just pain. So close, but just not there. And now XD coming in force, although this has been this has been an opportunity for Unity. If they could put on some pressure, they're kind of too far away. There's two players in the midfield, no one's committing forward. Somebody needs to go up, put pressure on XD, and we're heading to our second overtime. Or are we? No, it will be touched away. XD Gaming are going to have the last attempt on the net before the ball bounces. It's high in the air. Happy Meal comes in, but he grounds it. We have our second overtime. It went nearly 2 minutes, the last one. Happy Meal finding a long-distance shot to win the first of these overtimes. Unity need to be very aware of that. But this is a great opportunity. Other than having a lead, oh, okay, they survive. Hearts in mouths, but they survive. Potato with a dominance, let's go. Unity looking for their first win in this first semi-final.
Oh, they've dodged the bullet. The heart palpitations and the heart rates will be through the roof for Unity. 5BS off the backboard, looking for an opportunity. It's into the middle, no man's land. Anyone's ball. Potato with the shot, Cam with the save. Guns will follow. He looks to try put this one in the middle. Good interception by 5BS. He will try something, but Cam there in the right position. Happy Meal looking for the flick. Gets it successfully. Happy Meal with the shot and a good save. That one looked very dicey for Unity.
Only technically a shot. It was very, very soft. Unity have an opportunity. Can they bring around the corner? Cam's having none of it. He blocks it, and instantly it turns into an attacking opportunity for XD. They turn it around really quickly. Potato has to get this touch. He doesn't. He's saved by a wide shot, but the follow-up from Guns, and it's a heartbreaker for Unity. For the second time, they'll lose in an overtime, and ultimately it means that XD Gaming lock their place in the final by taking a sweep over Unity Esports.
And if there was any doubts about XD Gaming coming into this weekend, surely those doubts have been completely evaporated. Happy Meal, again, big performance. Guns had some good moments. Can also some pivotal saves in that game. So overall, as a team, they've played well. And without stating the obvious too much, it was expected that XD Gaming were going to win, and they have in emphatic fashion. So Unity Esports, where do they go from here? They've got to hold their heads up high. They've made it this far. Struggled to a team that I think we can now label their bogey team as far as XD are concerned, but they've given a good account for themselves, at least as far as the league portion is concerned, and this top 8.
I think it's their best finish in VS, and what's good, Unity have been around for, well, they started as the high school team that won VS 2021, I think, maybe, and then into the RLCS. They've been there, they've been around, all of these players are, and they're just continuing to be there, to get results, and working their way up. This is a top 4 finish. It ain't too bad. Of course, they're going to be disappointed. They will have wanted to go further, but an outstanding performance from them to find themselves in the top 4. But what a showing from XD, and setting up a mouth-watering final for whoever gets to meet them there after our second semi-final.
Yeah, and the other side of the bracket, that's something we'll get onto later and talk about in more detail, but I'm excited because if the outcome is as expected, we're going to have an absolute belter of a final this weekend. And look, as far as XD Gaming are concerned, they weren't here last year. So there was a lot of speculation. You know, WRG, they are the defending champions and they rightfully deserve it. But a lot of people in the scene, fanatics of Rocket League, were saying, but what if XD Gaming was here? What if that other team we've talked about too much was here? I think now they've got an opportunity to not only defend their title, but also prove it against a team of this caliber. So I am exploding with excitement for the rest of the action today.
Yeah, well, WRG still have to make their way through a Team Fusion who they love to make it difficult for themselves, and they didn't disappoint yesterday, going 2-0 up and then letting it go all the way to overtime in Game 5, but they prevailed in the end. WRG going to have some work to do to get through them first, and the Bro Army, it does look like they're filtering into the hall, so there's going to be a lot of support for Team Fusion. But we'll bring that action to you in about 20 minutes' time. Semi-final number 2 coming up. But until then, let's go there. Peace. You may. everybody, welcome back. Telkom VS Gaming Championship final weekend. We are on Championship Day here today, Triple M. We will crown the VS 2023 Grand Champion today. We've had one semi-final, XD Gaming emphatically taking that one, locking their place into the finals, and now one more semi-final. White Rabbit Gaming up against Team Fusion.
Yeah, it's a big game, and for Team Fusion, the last time they met with WRG was a while back. Their roster looked a little bit different. They actually got the better of them, so that was a 3-1 win to Team Fusion. They scored 9 goals compared to WRG's 5, and it was around the time when they were sort of bursting into the scene. They were this new top 8 team, and everybody was really enthused about their prospects coming into RLCS. Since then, they haven't really seen each other, and obviously the context has changed. On one side, you've got WRG, who are the defending champions and look really good on their pathway to defending their title because they beat Nixer, who, by the way, are a really good team yesterday. And then you've got this Team Fusion roster now with Yapego, Defunct. They played together all the way back in the DNMK days, so
Sure.
they go back a ways. And Teacher has now been integrated as a regular starter into this Fusion team and has really established himself as a player who can play at multiple levels, which demonstrates not only a diverse skill set in terms of mechanics, in terms of game sense, but it also demonstrates his ability to adapt to any level. And I think that is a big component as to why they deserve to be here. Whether or not they can beat WRG remains to be seen.
Well, we're going to see that very, very shortly. Best of 7 semi-final. Friction in action with WRG today. Yesterday, Super Sub Scepter was in. And he was a contender for Man of the Series there. So he's out. Friction's in the regular starter. Okay, well, we do have... I just want to get a sense of the crowd. Where are the WRG fans? All right, I count at least 5 of them over there, which is excellent. And how about Team Fusion? We're the Team Fusion boys! All right, there's a bunch of them here, several beers in already. Good for them. All right, so there is support out in the crowd for both teams. So best of 7, we're going to be getting going very shortly. So are you willing to venture a prediction?
Yeah, I'm going to go safe and boring. I'm going to go vanilla with the prediction. I'm going to give it to WRG. I think it's going to be a close series, though. Fusion are coming off of a best of 7, a thriller, an absolute belter of a series yesterday against Bird, so they'll be warmed up. They'll have played a lot of Rocket League. WRG, they've had a bit of a break, so they might be a little bit rusty. I'm going to go with the best of 7 win for WRG, 4-3.
4-3, so you reckon it goes all the way?
All the way.
All right, well, I am yet to make a proper prediction with my... based on solid information. I want the upsets. I want the craziness. So I'd like it to go to Game 7. And why not? Team Fusion, who never make it easy for themselves. We make this point a lot. They're almost a team that doesn't know how to take yes for an answer. So when they're 2 games up, 3 games up, they're like, no. We don't do things in a sweep. It's almost like if there's an open net, we're not even going to go for it because that's not the sort of team we are. So it is going to go long distance all the way. And why not? Why not they take the upset? I think it'd be fantastic for the content. And Bruce, I see Wee Casper's dad out in the crowd is already not talking to me. But why not? But either way, it's got to go to Game 7. If at all possible, that'll be amazing.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, we've had 3 phases into a top 16, then into a top 8. To come up to this point, we're now left with 4. On one side, you've got the story of a team that really has a lot of support. They are a fan favorite, and they're sort of like a Dr. Jekyll and Hyde. You don't know which version you're going to get. On the other side, you have a team that hasn't really lived up to all the hype and all the expectations. They've lost their best player, who's gone to greener pastures, but Scepter stepped up in a big way yesterday, and now Friction coming in, who's already integrated into this roster. You've got the story of 2 teams here that have a lot to prove, and of course WRG defending their title. But beyond that, just showing that they are still at the levels they need to be. I think it's going to be a belter of a series. And look, your prediction isn't crazy, by the way, because again, on record, Fusion have been the better team between these 2. So it's not a crazy thing to say. What we do have certainty about is that it's going to be a good series.
All right, well, other than the titles that are on the line today, champion, semi-finalist, finalist, all of that, there is some hard cash on the line. The winning team gets 20,000 Rand. Team coming in second gets half of that.
Yep.
So it's a big jump down, 10,000 Rand. Third place gets 6,000. Fourth place gets 3,000. So there's hard cash on the line. But in addition, New Balance have just come online, and every player in the top 4, every player gets a 1,000 Rand New Balance voucher.
Yep.
So that's already secured for both teams here. But now every win is a little bit more cash on the line. So bragging rights are great. VS Gaming 2023 champion is great, but you also want a little bit of that CHC, the cold hard cash in hand.
I mean, beyond that, obviously the cash is a big component of it, but it's always good to get rewarded for your hard work. But it's also about the bragging rights, you know. RLCS is done and dusted now. This is kind of all we've got before the Rumble anyways, and so it's a LAN experience, which, again, we've spoken about at length this weekend. It's not something that comes in abundance for players in this region due to issues with infrastructure, funding, and a whole list of other things. These moments are sacred. The opportunity to play in front of a live crowd, to play in front of an audience and get that adrenaline rush is something that players will cherish very dearly. And obviously you want to have fond memories, not just in terms of meeting new faces, but also the results themselves. So a big game for both these teams. And I think, look, whatever happens with Team Fusion, they should be proud that they've got here. Of course they want to win because they're professionals, but there's nothing to be upset about. I think the pressure is more with those guys on the other side of the stage because they've got a title to defend.
And it's a hard one. I mean, last year WRG took on, they were the Orient Aces at the time. They became pretty much Red Crown after that. And as you pointed out, some of the bigger teams not there. Very strong teams, and arguably the strongest top 4 we've had in some time. So, I do agree with you. There's a little bit of freedom over on the Team Fusion side where they don't have a lot to be panicked about. But still, they want to win. Nobody comes here to come second or to come third or to come fourth. They're going to come out swinging and they want to fight. But it is now time to get to the game. Let's go, Commandos! It's howling time!
It all comes down to this. A grueling format with 3 phases followed by a top 8, and then there was 4. And this is massive. Defunct now looking to play it forward. And temporarily it's in the blue half. Demos early on. And it's looking like Laxdor trying to carry this into the path of Weecasper there. He's going to have to improvise here. He does a good job. Good pass from Weecasper and almost a good follow. Early signs looking positive for WRG. But Fusion need to get this out. It's Teacher with a good clearance across and tentative start, cagey start, but it spent a lot of time in that orange half.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. It does. It's not a swinging for the fences start. But hold on, I thought there was an opening net. An open net. Friction was looking for it. Doesn't find it. There's an opportunity now for Team Fusion. If this touch doesn't go, it does. Fortunately, Laxdor getting the touch he needed. And but now it's into the middle. Oh, it just crossed it. They couldn't find the shot. But positive signs here early from Team Fusion.
Positive signs indeed. Under 4 minutes to go, so a 5th of the game has been played. Friction goes tall, takes a shot, and it's saved. Oh, you can feel the tension. Laxdor looking for a pass. Friction and Weecasper patiently waiting. It's Friction who goes for it. Laxdor looking for a baby touch into the middle. Good shot by Weecasper, but not good enough, unfortunately. And Fusion, they've got to get this out.
Yeah, that's starting to look a little frayed. Yeah, they're sort of being put under pressure there in their front line. Open net! Friction scores! And the WRG fans very happy about that. But, oh man. Well, there we go. First blood to WRG, but so far Team Fusion in this. It's not running away from them by any means, and they'll be looking to get right back into it ASAP.
No, they're not strangers to adversity. Defunct looking for a quick response. Yapego goes tall, takes a shot. Laxdor with a good block. Teacher with the follow, and it's off the bar. So close to evaporating that 1-goal lead, but they will have to reset as there are blue cars barreling all over the orange half here. Laxdor looking for an opportunity. Yapego does enough, but it's still in possession of the team in blue. Weecasper now looking for the touch off the wall. Gets a chance to reset, flicks it across one. Teacher with the catch, and that attack is still going.
Yeah, long, slow build-up of pressure here. Eventually it starts to run dry. They're doing well here. Great clear-out around the corner there, but it doesn't leave their half. And WRG are going to be right back in the action. And Team Fusion holding well in defense here, but it's unsustainable. You can't, and also you're not going to win. Defending can win matches, but eventually it does require a goal at the other side. Maybe now an opportunity.
Ooh, almost. There was a glimmer at the end of the tunnel for Team Fusion. They have a ways to go in this game. Yapego with the ball into the middle. Fiction with an awkward touch. And Teacher equalizes for Team Fusion. And just like that, we are back in business.
We are BRB back in business. One level game, one apiece, 2 minutes to go. And you know what? This is very reminiscent of going all the way back to the high school final, where it was very even in the first game, but then eventually Waterkloof pulling away in the remaining games. And I hope we see this closeness, this close tension all the way to the game's 7th. Thriller, the shot on, great save, the rebound from Lackstar gets WRG back in front.
Yeah, and the initial work done by Fiction and Casper to get it as close to the goal line. And all Lackstar has to do is nudge it over with all 3 Fusion cars desperately scrambling across to try save that. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. So we go again from kickoff, and adversity once more for Team Fusion. Into the path of Lackstar, takes a shot.
Ooh, danger,
danger! Makes it 3. More and more and more and more. WRG are running rampant.
Okay, now they've now definitely settled into their work. It's been very, very close. We've commented on opportunities either side. The lead by WRG, Team Fusion getting back into it. But now it seems like after starting neck and neck, WRG adding a little bit of extra pace. Or are they? Yapego gets one back.
And that's a big goal for Fusion, because you almost felt like if WRG got another, this could have turned ugly. But Team Fusion have reset on the kickoff and now have brought it back within 1 and just over 19 seconds and some change to go. This is not a conclusion by any stretch of the imagination. Lackstar now plays it forward. Yapego controls so elegantly. And now it's into the path of Defunct. He plays it into the middle. This is dangerous. Good save from Teacher, and he's got that in his locker. He's so good at making those last-ditch saves.
All right, so now here we go. WRG trying to build something forward. Nice control from Casper. Sneaks it underneath. Oh, and Lackstar will get the finish, but Casper, the fake work here, he goes up, doesn't touch the ball, and completely undoes Yapego. Lackstar with a finish. WRG back in front with the 4-2.
And Lackstar continues to grow strength to strength. A player spent a lot of his time playing alongside Original in that Apex roster, has now integrated himself into this WRG team. Yapego off the backboard, Teacher looking for the finish, and Lackstar again. What a game he's having, by the way, coming across to save that one. So WRG now looking to hit them on transition as Lackstar puts it in. Friction with the catch. It's a magnificent goal and a 3-goal lead in game 1 with 53 seconds to go.
Yeah, looks like WRG got the lock on this. Everyone involved, everyone getting involved in the team plays, the passes forward, the movement forward, and getting the goal. And when it was 3-1, we were worried about it going to 4-1, but Team Fusion brought it back. But then the 4-2, the 5-2, very, very tough now for Team Fusion. Last 45 seconds to find 3 goals just to get into overtime.
Well, I've seen stranger things, so I'm not writing it off. But Team Fusion are in a very precarious situation here as Yapego with 0 boost tries to make something happen. Teacher puts it up forward. It's all for Yapego to give chase now. Lackstar with possession. Funkt looks for an interception, but Teacher will clean up. And Fusion, in desperate times, they need desperate measures here. Cross to Lackstar, it's a good goal! And I was almost trying to see who the runner was. It's Lackstar again, getting on the end of a delightful ball. So another beautifully choreographed goal by WRG, another good team play, and Lackstar showing that clinical edge. He's got his shooting boots on today.
Well, we had two and a half very close minutes. But in the latter half, it is WRG that have most definitely pulled away here. A comfortable, a dominating win in the end, a 4-goal difference. 3 goals at best for Team Fusion where we are now. The ball's still in the air, but on the wrong side for them. The ball's probably going to hit the ground now. No, WRG want to keep it up, maybe get the 7th, but no, it is It is WRG taking game 1 from Fusion, and a solid win, but a lot of hope for Team Fusion early on, but falling away toward the latter half of the game.
No, absolutely, and just looking at some of the metrics there, you can see that WRG dominating in almost every metric except saves, which is an indicator that Team Fusion spent a lot of time in the defensive half. And you look at the ball touches there, Friction, Casper, 20 and 23 respectively. They're both getting really involved. And then Lackstar, not as many touches as them, but a good conversion rate in terms of the shot, which is what matters most. The most important metric is the scoreboard, and he is the reason. He's been the chief architect of their dominant performance here today.
Well, listen, 12 shots. I mean, that is a lot of shots, and the conversion rate is great, as you've pointed out, 50%, not bad at all. The conversion, not too bad for Team Fusion, but it's the 5 shots on net for their 2 goals that's going to worry them, that they're going to want to overcome going into game 2.
Yeah, well, this tale is not over. Right, Team Fusion off at your own apparel. They are up against the champions, who now have the advantage going into Forbidden Temple, but it is only a 1-goal advantage, a 1-game advantage, pardon me, as far as the series is concerned. So we kick off then, a reset, an opportunity for Fusion to respond. Lights out and away we go.
And the best of 7, it's a long journey, so no disaster by any means going down game 1, but they want to show some resilience here, and you certainly don't want to go down to oh, what's happened here? It's been pushed back. Oh no, Defunct is going to get the credit, but that was a very interesting touch from Lackstar here. He went up, got a terrible touch, and tipped it back into his own net. So Team Fusion gifted an opening goal.
You know, that's very reminiscent of, you know, Zen in the World Championship scored an own goal before going on to have that magnificent performance. Now, obviously, 2 different players, but that makes me laugh. How a player can go from playing so well to scoring an own goal. It's going to be interesting to see how he responds. Casper now, playing it forward. Lackstar decides to rotate away, so Friction will look to put some service in, does well to get past the first, gets it onto the backboard, and your Pago comes across with an important clear, but Lackstar with a shot, and I don't think Friction will be there in time, so Fusion survive to live another day.
Yeah, great defensive demo there to break down the attack, but there's been a whiff. There's going to be a shot on net. Lackstar looking for redemption. Friction will get the loose ball in the middle, set up by Lackstar, but look how everyone from WRG up front here for that to happen. And yeah, listen, going all in there, but they get the level up goal.
Yeah, it's not often you see triple commits at this level, but in those types of circumstances, it's completely warranted. You have to get that ball over the line. So, it's all level on the Forbidden Temple. Friction with the double touch. Casper with the pinch. Lackstar with the goal! And it is a beautifully and elegantly choreographed goal yet again by WRG. And for Fusion, unfortunately, nobody able to get there in time. Oh boy, they've got a long game ahead of them.
The frustrating part for Team Fusion there is that it wasn't, I mean, the play was good. Everybody from the team was involved. They were playing very high up again, but it wasn't an exceptional play that got past them. They might have an opening here. Open net! Wonderful work! Solo work from Teacher, doing wonders to get an equalizing goal. Outstanding, gets it over 1, gets it through, past into the open net.
And when I spoke about versatility earlier and having a lot of skills in his locker, he showed it right there. He's got a strong ground presence, he can read balls off the air, he's got a decent shot on him, he can make great saves, and he can string it all together to make a solo play. And that's what makes Teacher so special. So Fusion, just like that, off of a moment of individual brilliance, are back in it. And we have a game on our hands as the ball is just drifting through the middle here. So, counter-attack opportunity for WRG. And Fusion have to get this away, and they do.
A bit of concern here. Team Fusion are trying very hard to be quick. They want to be high-paced, but in their effort, they're pulling off this sort of thing where they're whiffing the ball. They're not taking excellent control, and I wonder, and I think it's going to stand them in good stead to try. Here we go. Slow it down a little bit. Take control of it. Don't try and outpace WRG. Outthink them. I think they're going to do better with that style of play.
Absolutely. It's now into the path of Defunct. Looking for an individual play. Gets past one, but can't get past the last one. And unfortunately, Yapago gonna have to rotate back now. Defunct, good interception. Yapago's still up. Ooh, it's getting close to that blue goal, and Fusion mounting the pressure, piercing ball in from Teacher, followed up by a counter-attack here, and that is against the run of play. Lackstar's got to get this down, and Friction finishes it across the line. It almost looked like WRG had messed it up, but somehow, some way, they've re-established their lead.
Yeah, there was a defensive demo there, which was great, but as the saying goes, they killed the wrong guy. The player's still up to get it in. Great work from WRG. They're back in front, but Team Fusion just one goal behind, certainly still in it. But they want to get out of the position of constantly changing the game, chasing the game. They had an early lead, they were gifted that lead, but they've caught up from being behind once. They're going to need to do it again. And then try and find a way to get in front. You don't want to be chasing the game the whole time. It's just a hard place to be.
Well, for Fusion, they'll probably be feeling the familiar sense of deja vu because they've been in this position many times throughout the season before. Oh, it's Casper with the shot.
Save.
Teacher with the save, Fiction with the follow-up. And it's carnage on the orange goal. Somehow, it's gone the other way. And we, Casper, will look to control. That could have been a goal, and that one's wide. Oh, it's end-to-end stuff. It's almost like a game of tennis.
I can't believe there's still so much time left. We've had 5 goals, so much has happened. Seems to be going slower than usual, so Team Fusion still in. There's no time to panic yet, but that time will come. But for a start, they've got to get it out of their half. They're starting here. Defunct is up. He can't quite get there. It's been touched away in defense. Pago can't reach it. It's still loose in the middle. Someone from Team Fusion has got to get there. Finish it off. Blackstar on the other side. Gets the flip reset and gets the finish.
Absolutely magnificent. Not only to pop it up and set up the play, but to get the redirect and the reset to put it in the back of the net is simply majestic. He is in his element and he's having a great game. Now then, Team Fusion, 90 seconds or just about to pull off a miracle. If anyone can do it, it is Team Fusion. They've got the support of the crowd, but can they convert where it matters most? Teacher now trying to play across, and desperate screams of support coming from the audience. And that one looked very dicey there, but they somehow get it out. Teacher plays it across. Casper catches, looks for a ball in to his left-hand side. And it's Fiction now with the free ball.
The mistakes are from Team Fusion. It's gotten them into trouble already. They need to be very, very cautious of this. They survive for now. They've got 50 seconds. They've got time, but they're going to have to score now. Why did they leave that ball? They almost get scored on again. They've got to get it out. But in the meantime, WRG doing wonderfully to keep the pressure over on the orange half.
Yeah, and just eating away at that clock. Friction now takes a pop, almost gets the second touch, but it's Illusion. Teacher now pops it into the air. Wee Casper gives chase, puts it down for Lackstar, who has decided to rotate back. Lackstar now playing it off his own wall, and that is a sign of confidence to control the ball so delicately. Oh, it's a flash in the pan! And Team Fusion was so close to drawing a step closer to pulling off that comeback, but unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be GG.
It is indeed GG, and even if this goes in, it's a goal that's not necessary. But it is the second game. Team Fusion are going down here, and yeah, they've got all the work to be doing now to figure out how they get themselves back in the series. And again, it's frustrating. They in both the games we've seen, they have been in it for half the game, and then at some point they're just falling away and allowing WRG's pressure to get the better of them.
Yeah, and it almost feels like they started that game well, but unfortunately fell away towards the end. And it's a case of, for Fusion, I think, those moments of hesitation at the back, just giving WRG more of an opportunity than they needed under the circumstances, and they need to tighten that up. Apart from that, I don't have too much to say about Fusion. I do think they have what it takes to come back in this game, but it's now or never. And now would be a good time to take a timeout, just to slow down that momentum for WRG.
Yeah, but as we've seen, it seems like timeouts come at games at 3 down rather than 2 down.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe there's a point to be made to that. And what's interesting to me is, again, Team Fusion are getting their shots. 6 shots on, 30% conversion rate. Not the worst at all. But you feel that it's at the back. You know, they're facing 8, 10, 12 shots. Yeah. That's what's getting them where they're finding themselves struggling.
Yeah, well, WRG double their lead in the series and now are threatening to potentially go to a match point should they win this game. And you know what's interesting about WRG is the amount of changes they've had in this tournament alone. The amount of player shuffling, and they almost look like a roster that isn't affected by it. Yesterday we spoke about Scepter coming in. They looked really good yesterday. Now Friction has come back in. It looks like nothing has changed. If anything, they've gotten better. And it's hard to judge, you know, how exactly they've been able to do that, but who cares? It's working for them really, really well, and that's all that matters.
I think you made the point about the timeout. I think they did take the timeout because
it looks so.
Yeah, they did indeed, and we can see. I wonder if we can get, if I put this camera on and turn it in that direction, we can see Team Fusion in intense conversation at their station over there. Obviously, looking at strategy, working out what they've got to do in order to bring this back, because it's not a must-win game because it is best of 7, but it's going to be horribly uncomfortable if they don't win it.
No, absolutely, and again, a reset, a chance for Team Fusion to claw their way back into it. This kickoff feels very important. It's a swing game in the series. Defunct taking it up, looking for a chance. Recasper does well. Yapego looking to put this one in the center, and it's a good clear by Friction. Blackstar now will take it forward. He is having a brilliant series, arguably the best player in the lobby at the moment, certainly in the conversation. Friction now. Oh, defending with his back towards the opposition goal there, and it was very awkward. Blackstar, though, did get that one out. So a tentative start here for WRG, but Fusion, early signs of promise. They do need to convert early on, though, and establish some dominance.
The first half of the game is not the problem for Team Fusion. They've looked great in the first half of all the games so far. It's the second half, the latter half of the game where it's a struggle for them. So they're starting off game 3 the same way they've started off all the games. Yeah. They're in it, and there's an opportunity! Yapego will slot in after an outstanding pass coming in from the side there. Oh, okay, there we go. We weren't going to see the replay. Who put in the pass there, Triple M?
I'm not 100% sure, but it might have actually been Defunct, and that wouldn't surprise me because of the chemistry that those two have. Again, Yapego, a player we've spoken about at length, an OG in the scene, showing flashes of potential, but never quite lived up to it. It's good to see him delivering for Team Fusion in a big way at such a big event for them. So, WRG now need to respond. A goal down, but still firmly in the driving seat as far as the series scoreline is concerned. Casper with the ball in, Teacher with the clear, Friction with the hold up, and now Yapego trying to get it out. It's a soft clearance, and Blackstar going to try conjure up a redirect.
Open
this is dicey. Casper does well. Teacher with the shot, and it was so close to getting.
Excellent defending work there from WRG to keep that out. But what I'm liking, this is very positive from Team Fusion. They had a lead in the second game, but that was gifted to them. What's great about the lead they've got now, that was a team-constructed goal. They went forward as a team. They found the pass, found the shot. So that's going to stand them in much good stead. And they're doing some defensive work here, but they've had great opportunities. This is awkward. Somehow they keep it out and have another crack at moving out.
Now it's into the path of Yapego. Teacher can't catch that one, so they're gonna have to try here, Team Fusion, as hard as they can to apply pressure at the other end, because what you don't want is to spend the next half of the game defending against a team of WRG's caliber. Blackstar does well to hold it up. Casper looks for the flick. It's a good carry by Teacher across. Still yet to announce himself in the semi-final, a player with so much quality. He did score earlier on in the series, but we need to see more. His team needs him desperately to pull something out of the bag and double this lead. He's done well on the defensive end. Just want to see more in the other half.
Halfway through the game, this is the half of the game where Team Fusion, from the last 2 games, have started to fall away. They've got to maintain their focus. They've got to lock in now. They've got the lead, and they've held it for some time, and they've defended well. But this is the danger time for them. A shot there. It was hitting the crossbar anyway. It's half cleared. There's going to be another shot on net. It's very awkward. They somehow keep it out. Defunct looking to transition it over. Does very well, and maybe they turn it into an offensive play.
Well, Friction with the good catch. Blackstar with the shot. And Yapego with the save. It was off target anyways. Teacher now. Good catch. Defunct on the back post. Yapego all the way back. Very spread out, Team Fusion. I like to see that as Yapego looks for a shot. Friction with the save. Casper messes it up here. Oh! And it's almost an opportunity to double their lead. 90 seconds to go, and Fusion look like they are firmly in a position to capitalize.
They are, but we speak about those one-goal leads. They're very uncomfortable. Even if they're looking good here, I love that we're seeing Team Fusion deep into this game, still looking to command things, still looking to build pressure. But it just takes one little mistake up front to lead into a counter-attack. A second goal right now with a minute to go would be outstanding. They've got to defend. They do keep it up. It's been pitched. It finds its way across the field. And they have the 2-goal lead.
And maybe, just maybe, a comeback is on the cards. Team Fusion, as they always do, arriving late to the party, but arriving in style. This has been an emphatic performance by them, and finally they get a reward for all the hard investment they put in. WRG, 60 seconds to go. The defending champions have got to show what they're made of. Friction with the clear. Weak Aspinall has a lot of, ooh, that's a delicate touch to get past his man. And now puts it all the way in the orange. Oh, Friction with the shot. And Teacher not able to put that one away, but the pressure is still firmly against Fusion here.
Oh! And you know what? They're keeping it out. And you don't want to give WRG hope here. You don't want to give them one goal with so little time left, because it becomes sweaty. It becomes incredibly tense. Just keep pushing the ball away. They've done incredibly well with that. And if they can take down game 3 here, what a statement it makes. But also to shut out WRG would be fantastic for the confidence of Team Fusion. And they're 12 seconds away from doing just that.
Well, Teacher with the pinch. Lepego with the touch. 8 seconds, and we will inevitably have a Team Fusion point on the board.
Oh.
A consolation for WRG, and maybe something more, but 2 seconds, I think that's a little bit difficult.
No, they should have it on lock here, and you know what, it's not the end of the world, but it's a little frustrating. A shutout would have been really great for Team Fusion.
Yeah.
But more importantly, they're going to take the win, and I hope I don't eat my words in 2 seconds from here. This has to be an excellent kickoff for Fusion. It's good for WRG, but they just, if there was just 1 more second left on the clock, maybe they could have turned that into something. But oh my gosh, I just realized I made a terrible mistake.
And in the end, it's Lepego with a brilliant performance. A goal, 3 saves, 4 shots, and an absolute menace. He made a few marauding runs through the middle that WRG found very difficult to deal with. And a player, again, who knows how to show up in these big moments, just about that consistency. Teacher, again, good performance as well. 2 shots, 2 saves, and just an overall great performance in terms of the eye test. He's starting to warm up and come into the series. For Team Fusion now, it's about keeping that momentum going. They took the timeout, and I think it was a good timeout to take, because had they not taken it, I think the story could have been very different here. You need to disrupt momentum before it becomes a problem for your opposition, and they've done that well. So for WRG, the ball's in their court now. Even though they still have the advantage as far as the series scoreline is concerned, they now have a very delicate lead to maintain.
Well, for the first time today, we've seen a timeout result in a win for the team taking the timeout.
Yep.
So that's a positive situation. And Team Fusion right back in this. They didn't wait to go down 3 games to find one back, because that's a hard business. They're right in here. They win this, suddenly it's a best of 3, and it's and it's good times.
Well, we go into game number 4 now, and this eagerly anticipated fixture has delivered thus far. But will it continue? Defunct plays it forward into the path of Lepego. Straight to the middle. Fiction deals with it. Teacher waiting patiently in a position to capitalize. Lackstar now boots it forward. Lackstar with the shots. Defunct with a brilliant save. That is top draw.
I love what we're seeing here from Team Fusion. Suddenly they're moving with confidence. And you know, we spend ages talking about Rocket League and how much of it is a confidence game. When you're feeling confident, things go your way. And there's just a lot more fluidity in the movement of Team Fusion here. And oh, but there's been a mistake. Lackstar might just be breaking that confidence that we were just talking about. Excellent play, but it came off the back of a mistake from Fusion. And really, they've allowed WRG back into this. But plenty time. Now, it's a mental game. We've just spoken about that. A confidence game. That'll dent the confidence, but swing right back into it. Oh, there was an effort here right off kickoff. The flick by Teacher is going to be blocked by Lackstar, and here he goes, trying to make something happen on the other side.
Well, Teacher with the good catch from a pass. Lepego gets chase. Casper with the save. Lackstar with the catch. into Friction. It's a delightful ball, and Teacher with a good save again. How many times is he going to pull off those saves? Routine for him as WRG try to get a counter-attack to double their lead. Friction now plays it into the middle. Casper waiting patiently at the back post, circling his prey like a vulture, just waiting for the right opportunity. It's now into the path of Teacher. He plays it into the middle. Defunct with the catch, looks for the flick, gets the bump, and somehow, some way, it's not gone in! I can't believe it!
That is unbelievable. That is the closest you could possibly get to scoring a goal without actually scoring a goal. It came with the back of a wonderful play, the butt play, but over on the other side, Friction is going to find the net for the second for WRG, and there you go. You don't take your opportunities, you're going to get punished. WRG punishing on the other side.
Yeah, and this time, Laxstar not getting the goal. Friction this time pulling up in a big way to double their lead. For Fusion, they're staring down the barrel of a very precarious situation here. It's not the end of the world because WRG have still got to go to match point, but you've effectively squandered your opportunity to get back into the series, and it's only going to get difficult from here if they can't find a way back. The good news is they have 3 minutes. Defunct now will control. He's got options on his left. Plays a flick over Laxstar. And it's in the middle with Yapego. He goes for a shot. It's not good enough, though. Actually, that was more of a pass as he tries to get it into the path of a teammate. So, Fusion, another attack, not quite working out.
Yeah, but now they're going to have to defend. Another great play from Casper. Doesn't find the net, but the pressure building here. Yapego's the last man in the net. He gets bumped out of it, but it's been great work. It's been bumped over one. Casper's not going to get undone, not dispossessed, but now it's heading toward the WRG half. Can someone make it happen? No, Laxstar will get it out. He gets a dunk, almost finds the net. And yeah, the Team Fusion efforts to climb out of the net, not succeeding. Oh my word! The ball took the slowest route across the net and no one could tap it in.
And it's those moments at this level that feel agonizingly long. Oh, it's almost gone in again. Unfortunately, they can't find a third. Another shot peppering the Team Fusion goal. Defunct now tries to get that one out. Laxstar, he's got Friction on his right. Oh, nearly for WRG. Fusion still can't get this out of their own half. Teacher now has it all to do. Laxstar, though, wins that battle. And Casper will continue the good work. Finally, it's in the blue half. And Fusion with a glimmer, a moment to break the momentum. Defunct with the shot! It's a magnificent goal! A delightful pass! A brilliant goal! Now then, 90 seconds and some change. Team Fusion, we've got a game on our hands.
And you know what? It's great. That wasn't a scrappy goal. That wasn't, you know, somehow that rolled in or an own goal. That was beautiful. A high redirect into the net. That fills a team with confidence. And they can get some of it back. And right off the kickoff, they got something going. A double. It's going to squeeze wide. And now we see Team Fusion. They're trying to bring on the late show. We've seen them struggle in the second half of the of games, but maybe now they can find victories. They can ascend in the second half of a game. They're trying to do that right here, right now, and the pressure continues.
And the pendulum swings once more in a dramatic tale of two teams. It's Teacher now who gets 100 boost and a flick. Oh, Casper's done well to readjust there. Defunct now into the middle. Yapego with the pass. Teacher decides to rotate back. Yapego once more. Casper this time wins the better of him. And for Fusion, they've got to be careful here because they've done well to get back into this game, but they need a goal and they need one desperately.
That's one goal and there's time, so it's not kitchen sink time. We're getting close to it. They've got enough time. They can build something forward. That's a great dunk to get it over to the blue corner. Casper trying to take it out over his net and out. Does magnificently well, but he's been intercepted. And who gets here first? It's Laxstar, and he'll try and solo it all the way. He gets the flip reset. He gets it toward the net. Team Fusion now. They got 20 seconds to get it over to the other side. Yeah, there they come. It's high and loose into the blue corner. Can they make it in the last 12 seconds?
It's Yapego with the pass. Teacher with the follow. Into the middle. And it's another stop from Defunct. Desperate times for Team Fusion. They have to keep this up. Teacher pops it onto his backboard. He looks to control. Friction puts it down. And WRG go to match point in what felt like a pivotal game. You know, Gradient, we spoke about about the timeout. We spoke about the importance of this game. WRG cementing that advantage now, and they're just one game away and one step away from going into the grand final.
You know, I spoke in the last series about how I'm convinced there are no gods in Rocket League, and that game has convinced me even further, because if there was ever a game that deserved an overtime, that deserved a late equalizer, it was that. And what I was enjoying so much is we've seen Fusion struggle in the latter half of games. This was in reverse. They were under the cosh for half of that game. They came back in the second half. It looked like they might just level it up. That wasn't to be in the end. But man, oh man, it's now tough. At least it's not the best of 7 reverse sweep, but it's still a hard job. It's effectively a best of 5 reverse sweep, which is a lot easier. They're by no means out of it, but they have to win 3 on a trot. They have to win the next 3 games if they're going to find themselves in their first final.
Well, it's going to be difficult. My apologies. I thought it was actually match point WRG. It turns out it isn't. So they've still got a lot of work to do. I don't know what else to say, because we've spoken at length about some of the performances here between both teams. Blackstar again putting in an absolute clinic in that last game, being another player that I think has defied a lot of expectations. I mean, we know what he's capable of, but I never in a million years imagined that he would play this well, and it's a big reason why WRG has been so dominant. Ooh. Nelly.
That would have been great. That would have been the ideal start for Team Fusion here. Backs against the wall. But you know what? Maybe there's a bit of freedom that comes from that. Friction! He's going to find the loose ball. It was a failure to clear, and Friction not going to ask for a second invitation to score one of those.
Well, he doesn't need one at all. He is not a stranger to those difficult moments, and he's showing his clinical edge. So, an early lead for WRG. Fusion making things hard yet again. Casper into the heavens with another touch, and that one's off the backboard, unfortunately. Friction going to give a challenge here for Defunct, and does well to keep it in the orange half. Gets the follow-up touch. It's an open net. Somehow, someway, it hasn't been doubled.
Oh my word, the gift of the open net. It doesn't go in. Team Fusion still survive. But you know what? They are a team forged in adversity. They don't like to take the easy way for anything, but they are going to get punished. Friction gets a second. You know, you can't be making, you know, you make one mistake, you get away with it. You can't make 2, you can't make 3. WRG looking to lock their spot in the final.
And Friction busy obviously with other activities that are more important than the game. Yesterday had a day off, and now he's turned up almost as if he had never left with the rate at which he's performing in this game. A flash in the pan moment there for WRG to make it 3, but now they're on the defensive end. Yapego with the pass into Teacher, almost for Team Fusion, but they can't give up. They need to try and try again. No matter how many times they face adversity, they need to keep their heads up and push forth and conquer.
Okay, that's loose in the middle, but Friction is going to get there first. He's looking for a third. He's hunting for a hat-trick. Doesn't find it there, but it is up against the Fusion goal line. They've got to get this out. Yapego looking to do just that. Into the middle. It's going to get picked up by WRG. The shot on net, down off the crossbar. Casper looking for the rebound. Defunct will take it out, but only as far as Blackstar. He passes it in front of Friction. Friction can't get there. He might have gone on his own for his own shot on net, but he chose to find a teammate. His teammate just couldn't get there in time.
And the selflessness didn't pay off there. It was a valiant attempt to construct yet another team goal and add that to the catalogue of what has been an absolute clinic for WRG. It's now 3 minutes to go for Friction, and they've got a mammoth task ahead of them. Teacher tries to hold it up. Yapego goes for the interception. It's now into the path of Defunct. Off the right ball, into the middle. Nobody's there to take the shot.
There he is!
Yes! Fusion get one back.
And both of us had the frustration. It was a great pass and no one was there. But then the mistake from WRG. We've seen the roles reverse. A WRG mistake and Teacher bouncing on it. Teacher, can you teach me? And he taught a lesson right there. Don't make a mistake and punish when they come.
Yeah, well, WRG now back towards the orange goal. Casper on a marauding run into the middle. Yapego now controls. He's got Defunct behind him and Teacher on his left. Defunct chooses to go by himself. Teacher goes for the follow, and Yapego left alone to get rid of that one, and he's done a good job. Touch off the side wall, into no man's land. Good pass that finds Teacher, but unfortunately it's thwarted by an opposition player. Blackstar now with an awkward touch, and it's kind of quieting down now.
Oh no, they can't be doing this. Another mistake in the corner. They're going to get away with it, but the mistake compounded by a demo is going to put them under massive pressure on their own line. And there, another whiff high in the air. They've got to lock in. They've got to focus. Keep the eye on the ball. Take the ball forward. Find a way to score. Level up this game. They're looking to do that now. There's been a double commit by WRG. Great opportunity. Into the middle. Touched by Default.
Yes!
And Team Fusion, they level it up. And Muzz out of the crowd, losing his mind in support of Team Fusion, and maybe there's a second goal, a second game here for Team Fusion. They've come from behind, they've cleared a 2-goal deficit. That's really important. But man, oh man, the second semi-final is heating up.
And so the plot thickens. It has been a mouth-watering affair. An open goal, Defunct! Oh! He had Teacher behind him. Maybe he should have left that. Oh,
that's a haunting
no.
moment. Triple M, I worry about
no.
that. Are they going to look back at that moment? They could have taken the lead. They could have locked in this game 5, but it's not to be. They still do have possession though, and maybe they can still make something of it.
Well, it looks. Oh, blink and you might miss it. Blackstar now. It's actually Wee Casper taking this one forward. He's got a chance to go for the flick, and he does! Wee Casper ends the hopes of a comeback. 54 seconds to go, and advantage back with WRG.
Outstanding flick. What's been kind of interesting for me to see in this game is WRG, they're kind of lucky to be in front here because they've started to make errors. We've seen unforced errors from them. Oh no, is that them ahead? No, Team Fusion, they did the work, they did the job, they leveled it up, and now they've given away a kickoff goal to go 2 behind, and now they've got 50 seconds to clear a 2-goal deficit.
Well, Team Fusion, I'm lost for words. It looked like for a moment we had a glimmer, a taste of hopium that perhaps Team Fusion would pull off the impossible. But WRG reminding us why they are the defending champions. 40 seconds to go. Yapego giving chase. Friction backs away. It's all in the ball, the half of WRG now. Defunct looks for a touch. Wee Casper, cooler than a cucumber.
Yes!
It's a goal!
All
and
right.
Defunct against the run of play.
All
Fusion
right.
with some hope.
Well, you know what? This is without a doubt been the best game of the series so far. The swings, the roundabouts, the seesaw one side to the other. And now we have a 26-second sweaty finish. Team Fusion have to throw everything at it. Their tournament life on the line right here, right now. Yapego gets it toward the net. WRG desperately trying to clear. Blackstar doing well for the time being. Friction will want to score this. He can't get under it to have a shot, but it is still in front of the Fusion net. 10 seconds to go, the final countdown. Fusion have to throw everything forward. They do now. Can they find a way in the final 2 seconds? Defunct looking for the pass, but the clear out by Friction. The ball still up. It's on the wrong side. They desperately trying to keep it up, and it's going over to the other side. Can someone find it?
Oh,
it's still up!
It's
It's still up!
And
Oh!
it finally drops. WRG assert their dominance and are one step closer to defending their title. And for Team Fusion, it's a disheartening defeat.
Oh, it's very, very tough, Triple M. But you know what? We have to say, well played to Team Fusion for giving us. I think that game 5 is the best game we've seen in I think the entire weekend so far. That 5-minute game was superb. The swings, the roundabouts. Team Fusion came close, but very similar to Unity. Team Fusion have done well. They've made the top 4 in the VS finals. Great play to them. But we have the final now that we thought we were going to get. White Rabbit Gaming, XD Gaming. I think we're in for an epic there.
We are in for a treat, and if my memory serves me correct, the history between those two is not exactly a straightforward one. It's a tumultuous rivalry. So hopefully delivers on all the expectations. And again, good individual performance from Lackstar, but Fiction warming up towards the end. And those two are certainly candidates for player of the series as far as WRG are concerned. Casper also showing a cool head in some pivotal moments, playing the right passes, finding the right rotations, being a solid team player. When your two teammates are playing well, your job is really simplified, but oftentimes that can lead to complacency. And Casper is a cool customer. He knows how to get his job done and show a level of consistency that I think many players watching at home will be very envious of.
All right, well, so our grand final is going to be White Rabbit Gaming, XD Gaming. But before we get there, remember there is a difference in prize pool between third and fourth place. 6,000, 3,000 Rand. And the teams that have lost here today need to go and duke that out. So we're going to have Team Unity up against Team Fusion for third place. And then we will have our grand final. So just 2 best-of-7 series remaining in the VS Gaming Championship weekend for Rocket League. So we'll bring that to you in about 20 minutes. So we will see you shortly. Alrighty, we're back live. This is the VS Gaming Championship Weekend, Championship Saturday! And we got 2 series left to bring you. I'm Greybeard alongside Triple M. We have the 3rd, 4th playoff coming up right now. Team Fusion, Team Unity. 3,000 Rand is pretty much what they're playing for, is what separates 3rd and 4th place. And then we get to the grand final. So it's a bit of a bittersweet matchup, this one, Marcus, because well, you're not playing in the finals. You're still here, so
Yeah.
but there's still a lot to play for. It's not a for nothing matchup.
Well, I think the main thing is just, again, it's that LAN experience, isn't it? Right? You've got to take these opportunities, even though it is bittersweet at the end of the day. And these 2 teams are no strangers as far as playing each other. Their recent history has favored Fusion, but I think Unity, off the back of a very difficult game, will now find themselves at a more comfortable level. And that's no disrespect to Fusion. Obviously, they will be the favorites, but I'm expecting a comfortable game and a competitive game from both sides, hopefully. Maybe this is just the Hopium talking.
Well, let's see how we go. And this will be the final game for both of these teams. So they do want to go out with a bang. I mean, yeah, there's 3 grand in it, but so what? You know, you want to know you came 3rd. Came 3rd is not the same as coming 2nd or coming 1st, but it's better than 4th.
It is. I mean, and the prize money is increased significantly from tier to tier. So finishing 3rd is a big deal as far as financial compensation is concerned. But even beyond that, I think for Unity, they don't have the greatest of records against Fusion. So this will be an opportunity for them to try overcome yet another bogey team. Unfortunately, this weekend, they have bogey team after bogey team, because as far as the records are concerned, if my memory serves me correct, there's 3 series between the 2 as far as this year's edition of RLCS is concerned, and all of them have gone to the way of Fusion. On top of that, the goal difference in terms of goals, 21 goals for Fusion, only 9 for Unity on the other side of the stage. So a goal difference of 12, and just beyond that, if you watch the games, it was dominant from Fusion. But again, that was a while ago. The context has changed. Both teams have done incredibly well in the context of this event to get here, and so maybe form does go out the window. Who knows? Another big factor in this game is obviously Blade being integrated into the Unity roster. Since then, he is a big factor. If he can find form, then Fusion might have a difficult time ahead of them. With that said, though, they're still the favorites.
They are still the favorites, but favorite is sometimes a bit of a tough title to have, because all the expectation is on you. And if you win, it's, well, of course you did. You were the favorites. And if you lose, it's like, wow, how did you lose to those guys?
Absolutely. And again, both teams should be incredibly proud making top 4 here, but there is bragging rights at stake between these 2 teams. So it will be eagerly contested. As far as players to watch, I've spoken about Blade on the side of Unity. Obviously, today we've spoken at length about Teacher, we've spoken at length about Defunct, as well as Yapego and the relationship they have. So Fusion, despite having a disheartening result in their previous game earlier this afternoon, there is still a lot to be confident about. There is still a lot to be positive about as far as their camp is concerned. They look like they've got a bit of confidence. They look like they might have a bit of momentum. They just need to get off the bus a little bit earlier this time, rather than waiting for Game 3, Game 4, and making things difficult.
Well, with Team Fusion, we've made the point again and again how they tend to make things hard for themselves. But they want to do it from the front. They're the team that needs to get ahead and then let the opposition back in a little bit and then go on to win. They don't want to be fighting it. They want to make it hard for themselves from the beginning. Well, away they go. This is it. 3rd, 4th playoff. Unity Esport, Team Fusion.
3rd place playoff. It's a bittersweet prize. Teacher into the path of Defunct. An explosive start by an explosive team here as they go up 1-0.
Triple M, you were asking for a quick start, get things going quickly. Well, there you go. 7 seconds. That quick enough for you?
It is, and I think it's what you expect considering the history between these 2 teams. Defunct now goes for the kickoff. Teacher into the middle. 5BS with the shot. Blade trying to go for the bump. And it's 5BS who gets the goal. A quick response. 13 seconds, 2 goals at both ends.
All right, well, 7 seconds it took Team Fusion to find their goal. Just 6 seconds later, Unity Esport are in there. So, well, there you go. So, quick action from both. And the net result of all of this is 13 seconds in. We're at the start. Level terms, and no one with their nose in front.
Absolutely not. So, Unity Esports then have equalized, now looking to establish a lead. Yapego off the wall into the middle and doesn't quite get it out. Teacher again tries but doesn't succeed, and it's going to be a difficult one here for Fusion to get this out. 5BS defending with his back towards the opposition, does well. Yapego with the pressure, Potato clears this one out. Teacher intercepts, and now it's back into the blue half, and almost a second goal, and a lot of chaos there, unfortunately for Unity, just letting themselves down with the defensive positioning there.
Yeah, and Potato, you saw what he wanted to do, but he couldn't. He was trying to cover the angle on the net. He was very concerned about the shot coming in on net, but it wasn't on target, hits the back wall, and didn't have the rebound covered, and Yapego taking advantage of that. So it is Team Fusion back in front after a minute in this Game 1, best of 7, third, fourth playoff.
And it's having the feeling of being one of those back and forth affairs to open up this series, but so far Fusion establishing a lead. Defunct with the shot, 5BS with the save. Potato to try put this one in the middle. Teacher catches, can't quite get the full ball there, and good demo from Defunct to ensure that Potato couldn't score there.
All right, well, here we go. They're looking for the Unity net. Team Fusion picked up by Yapego. Kind of given away there. Leads an easy clear there for Blade. And now they're trying to make something happen. It's kind of awkward. It's in front of the net, but no one from Unity can get on the end of it. And the consequence is that Team Fusion are able to get the ball out. Only for a little while, though, because here it comes again. But in the meantime, Unity seem to have all rotated back and have kind of took their foot off the gas, didn't press the territorial advantage.
Oh, and Potato in the dominus trying to go for a good play there. Unfortunately, not able to quite get it. It's now Yapego into the path of Defunct. Potato with the good clear. Defunct now looking for a shot. Doesn't quite get the read off the ceiling. It's Yapego who whiffs as well. 5BS takes it forward and the transition begins. A chance! Unity mess it up. An opportunity that has dwindled into the darkness to get a 2-1 lead to a 2-2 equalizer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, they'll have to try again.
And no doubt they will try again, but what's frustrating here is that they're building pressure, and as soon as the pressure doesn't result in anything, they're very quick to rotate out. And that's great from a positioning point of view, but do the half rotation, keep the pressure up, don't allow Team Fusion to regather themselves and in defense, and then maybe get a counter-attack. But still plenty of time here. It's a one-goal game. Unity got all the time they need to find the equalizer.
Well, 2 minutes to go. They've punted this one forward. Yapego takes a touch but gets demoed. Defunct now tries to put that one away. They did a good job of getting that one forward. Back into the middle. Yapego with the good clear. It's on target!
Oh no!
Oh no! 5BS with an attempt off his own backboard. Unfortunately and embarrassingly into his own net.
It's the old oof over there, right? He's trying to cover the shot on net, but got in front of the ball instead of next to it or behind it, and taps it into his own net, giving Fusion the 3-1 lead. A minute, still plenty time here, so Unity by no means out of it, but they not exactly making it. They're not making it a walk for them. They want to have a long, hard, arduous run at the end.
Well, it's Potato looking for a clear off his own backboard there. Almost looked like a shot in the blue half. But of course, he was trying to clear. 5BS now taking this one forward. It's Defunct into the middle. Potato goes forward. Teacher catches patiently and has a lot of time and space on the ball to go for the flick. It's now with 5BS looking to play it across. Yapego with the stop. Yapego goes forward, Potato intercepts, and Teacher will clear. So, Fusion with a 2-goal lead and a chance to extend it, but unfortunately it's a good save from Unity.
Doing well enough that we're into the final minute. Still time for Unity, but you feel it's running out, and they've got to change. If it carries on the way it has, I don't see them getting back into it. Another shot on net from Fusion. It is saved away, so that's a good start for Unity, but they've got to get over to the other side. The blue team have it. They've done very well here. There's an open net. Someone needs to finish. Potato with the dominance. We'll get it home.
And it was a good pass from the middle. 5BS with the awareness and presence of mind to take 2 orange players out of play there. And all Potato has to do is get to the other end and push that over the line. So it's an interesting game. Well, it's become an interesting game from what we thought might be a fairly simple conclusion. Team Fusion with a fragile 1-goal lead, and it's now Teacher taking it into the heavens, but can't get any purchase for his buck. Yapego takes it the other way. 5BS with the clear. Potato with the follow-up. He's got options on his left, but unfortunately, his attack is thwarted.
All right, but it's high and loose in the middle. Someone here from Fusion. No one there to take it, but here they go forward. It's going to come straight down here. Can they get on it? No, the last 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Unity, they need to get this forward. They need a long, booming clear. It's not going to come. Can 5BS keep it up? He's desperately trying. It's still high. It hasn't grounded, but no one from Unity there to keep it up. And Team Fusion will take down game 1.
Well, it's a game 1 that feels very important between these two teams. Fusion getting the advantage, 3 goals to 2, a lot closer than they would have liked towards the end as far as goals are concerned. But just taking a look at some of the individual performances, Yapego getting the MVP award, but it was close between him and Defunct. Again, we've spoken at length about that partnership between these two players, and it is bearing fruit. It is coming to fruition here as they both had a decent amount of shots on target, a decent amount of goal contribution. Actually, the 1 goal contribution coming specifically from Teacher there. And I think overall just a great team performance from Fusion. As far as Unity are concerned, they did not sustain pressure at that orange goal enough, and I feel like they need a little bit more of that going into game number 2.
Yeah, quite simple. Team Fusion, we've mentioned, they should be the favorites here.
Yeah.
But so an expected result in game 1. But Unity not out of it by any means. This should be close. Yeah. They should be. I mean, it would be massive, a huge surprise if there was a sweep here.
Yeah.
I don't think we see that. I do think we see Unity swinging back in here in game 2.
Well, funnily enough, as far as RLCS is concerned, anyways, they actually have been swept by Fusion quite a lot. So hopefully their fortunes change. It's another kickoff and another game. Lights out and away we go. An opportunity early on for Fusion to establish an early lead. It's into the path of Teacher now. It goes into the path of Blade. Yapego will catch. Yapego will control. Blade gets a stop. And it's into the path of 5BS. He's going to try conjure something up here, but Teacher is well ahead of the play here as Unity try to start off on the right foot. They have had moments in that game number 1, but we need more sustained periods of pressure. And hopefully the first opening 30 seconds are an indicator and an omen of good things to come as, it's 5BS going all the way here, but not quite getting to the byline.
All right, well, the opening minute's been relatively neutral. No real pressure. Oh, wow! The demo play, the pass play, the finish play, Yapego for Team Fusion. Look at this, the demos from Defunct, the pass from Teacher, the finish from Yapego. What an outstanding play.
Yeah, it is a good team play, and again, we didn't see elegant passes or flashy mechanics. What we saw is just back to the basics. Kill the guy off the ball, get him out of the equation, and make things significantly easier for the person who has to shoot. So, now then, Team Fusion with the lead. Unity called to respond. Blade taking his time, gets a shot, can't get the second. Oh, Unity, that was a golden opportunity to get back into this one, and they might have another bite at the cherry here.
Well, they're taking multiple bites of this cherry. There's not much of the cherry left. It's floating into the middle. Blade can only back pass it here to Potato with a Dominus, who's going to go for the backboard. Blade trying to redirect it down. Doesn't quite happen, and Defunct will pick it up and carry it out. But he is stopped by the Fat Fennec of 5BS. But Defunct just keeps on chugging along until Blade finally comes around. Potato trying to find something. Doesn't happen. So looking positive from Unity, like positive signs going forward, but just not finding the venom to break through.
Yeah, not quite. Fusion here, controlling with Yapego. Oh my word! What a dirty goal! The telepathy on display between these two is simply majestic.
Oh wow. Telepathetic, the flip reset, and then picked up by the teammate Defunct to send it home. Outstanding play. Team Fusion, team 2 goals in front. And this is the Team Fusion we're used to, right? Dominating, doing well early on, winning game 1, in the lead in game 2. But we await the Team Fusion we're used to, who goes, well, let's step off the gas for a bit. Let's see if that Team Fusion shows up.
Well, is it Jekyll? Is it Hyde? You never know which one you're going to get with Team Fusion. Yapego into Teacher. Back to Yapego. It's an open net. He doesn't need to finish it. He just drives away and watches that one sail across the blue goal. So a 3-goal lead has now been established by Fusion. And 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go for Unity to find some inspiration and desperately claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, game one felt pretty close in for the most part. This one feeling less and less close as it goes on. Team Fusion dominating more and more.
Absolutely. It's into the path of Potato now. Yapego adding insult to injury and getting yet another goal, making it 4. And unfortunately for Unity, they're caught awkward on the front post. Potato tries to control, can't quite do it. Blades on the back post, not quite in the position he needed to be to stop that goal, and it's just going from bad to worse for Unity. But for Team Fusion,
well, now it's starting to become a bit of a showcase here. Everybody in the action, everybody getting a goal here, at least one of them. So, yeah, a great performance from them. Unity struggling a little bit. Maybe they take the time out here just to kind of like, hey guys, what are we trying to do here? And overcome. I sort of get the feeling it's the disappointment of losing the semi-final has kind of bled its way in here. They miss an opportunity to score there, and you've got to show up, you know, and really take it to Team Fusion. Unity are a better team than what we're seeing out here right now.
Absolutely. Potato tries to win the 50 there. It's awkward here for Defunct. Blade with the shot. It's not good enough. Maybe it was a pass to Potato. Either way, that attack, unfortunately, has collapsed for Unity, and so have their hopes of a comeback. Surely, with 90 seconds to go, this should be a foregone conclusion. But stranger things have happened in the past. 5PS with the ball across. It's now up to Unity to find something. Try as they might, Team Fusion are not letting their foot off the pedal. The pressure here is palpable. Teacher with some self-service, can't get the double touch, and that would have been majestic, but it wasn't meant to be. So 60 seconds to go, still 4-0.
Yeah, but they're cruising now. There's no urgency for them to score, and they don't need to, and they shouldn't be, because when there's urgency to score, you kind of leave yourself a little bit vulnerable if it doesn't go exactly your way. Right now, they just need to keep the ball. Unity has to do all the work. Unity has to do the chasing. They've got to grab the ball, try and push it forward, and they're just struggling to do that at the moment. And you said earlier that stranger things have happened. Of course they have, but it doesn't happen very often. And a 4-0 lead very seldom evaporates in the last 30 seconds. So Team Fusion have pretty much got a 2-game lead on lock here.
Well, 26 seconds and some change. Team Fusion with a dominant performance. Teacher with the reset there, almost getting the flick over his man. It would have been adding insult to the proverbial wound that has been gushed open. A chance here for Unity to get a consolation. They don't quite get it. Potato into Blade, a flash of something, and it's not meant to be. So Fusion take game number 1 as we wait for the ball to drop. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something is off. Maybe we just need to give credit to Fusion and say fair play, they're just a better team, but I feel like that would be disingenuous to Unity. We know they are better than this.
Unity are far better than this, and maybe let's take a moment now, have a breath. You know, what are we doing here? What are we trying to accomplish here? Let's just play the best Rocket League we can. And yes, we're in a situation we're playing for 3rd, 4th, but there's still, you know, the pride of being a pro player here. Just play the Rocket League that we know we can play, and come what may. If we lose, but we put out our best performance, so be it. You know, we go on, we go next. So I do want to see a big fight back coming out here from Unity.
Well, we're seeing a lot of physicality in that game. Lots of demos coming from the side of Team Fusion. Perhaps the aggressive approach is something Unity need to try counteract that Team Fusion tactic. Again, Yapego with a good performance. He really is turning up. 4 goal contributions, so that's 2 goals, 2 assists, good save, and a good conversion in terms of his shots, and just all around making a lot of marauding runs for Unity Esports to deal with. And I think he's been a big part as to why they were so dominant in that game. And if he can keep this up, and maybe have a few better performances there, Fusion should have no problem cruising to an expected victory here against Unity.
Yeah, and I see a deep conversation going on there. Technic Eagle is, I think he's officially listed as sub, but I think also filling the role as maybe a bit of a coach.
Yeah.
He's standing behind the team and now deep in conversation with Blade, maybe discussing strategy and what's going on. Or for all I know, it might be a technical issue they're discussing. I have no idea, but the conversation does seem quite intense over there.
Yeah. I mean, if it was an official standing in on that conversation, I would say technical, but it looks like it is indeed a timeout between coach and player. So I'm happy with that because, again, we've discussed the fact that, you know, SSA hasn't quite caught on to taking early timeouts. It always comes too late. So this is a good sign and a good omen because the one timeout we saw earlier today, pardon me, bared some really good fruit. So hopefully they can disrupt the momentum of Fusion, but more importantly, sort out some of the kinks that they have in their cogwheel at the moment and really get kicked on in this series. Again, if you don't win, it's not the end of the world. It's not really the grand prize to finish third anyways, but you want to give yourself an honest account that you can look back on and say, you know what, we're proud of the way we played and the way we conducted ourselves.
Yeah, all right, fine. Well, the other players are heading out to the field. It's time to get back in the game. Let's go, Commandos. It's howling time. Unity Esports looking for the fight back, looking to get back into the series.
Well, it's into the path of 5BS now, trying to play it across. Blade is going to take his time and control this. And Yapego almost punishes it early on here. 5BS into Yapego. So that possession has switched hands so quickly in the opening 20 seconds or so. And a little bit tentative from both teams. Blade will look to control and almost causes problems. So Defunct now carrying it forward. He's got Yapego behind him. Yapego takes the shot, might get the double. Oh, it was so close.
Fantastic read in defense there to get that out because it looked so good. Yapego had set that up perfectly. But I think it was 5BS coming in with the read and getting the clear, and now Unity maybe having something develop here. Oh, Potato rushing, looking for the demo. There's going to be a shot. It's going to go wide, but it is Blade who comes behind for the bump. It doesn't quite work out. They have something heading toward net, but 5BS will pick up. And already this opening minute, Unity looking much better. They haven't got a goal yet, but they're looking a little bit better than we've seen so far in the opening two games.
No, absolutely, and by extension with your point, it's reflected in the scoreline. No. A chance here for them to get it into the middle of the park. Teacher with the flash in the pan, and unfortunately doesn't get there in time. So Potato will take it forward. Defunct will intercept. And now it's with Blade. Gets the flick. Oh, but can't get past the second. 5BS with the shot. And an uncomfortable save there for the side of Team Fusion. Potato with the pinch. Blade giving chase, but Yapego gets it out. So all things considered, looking good for Unity here, but they need to clinch a goal here. For all the pressure they've put on and all the defensive work they've done, we need to see a goal.
All right, well, Potato, does he get the read off the wall? He does, but I don't think this is going to land for anybody in Unity. Oh no, Potato into the middle, but easy intercept for Yapego and out, and it turns into a shot on the other side. Not an especially threatening one, but it does get it out of their half and back in front of the goal of Unity. 5BS does well to get it out. This might go for a demo, might just slow down their attack, but Blade trying to get it in front, but because of the demo, they don't have the attack lined up, and now it's back all the way on their side. They're going to have to begin from scratch.
Well, it's Potato carrying it across. 5BS off the wall. Looks to control, but runs out of boost. Blade now into his own path. Defunct tries to thwart the attempt, and it's Yapego off the backboard. So, Fusion, it is now about game management. You don't need to do anything aggressive. All you need to do is win, and there it is! Good save from 5BS from a really troubling shot.
Well, on the plus side for Unity, they haven't conceded. Normally by this time, they're 1, 2, 3 goals behind. Right now, it's level pegging. That is very, very good for them. But that can all disappear very quickly. And the point you've made again and again and again, they're getting over there, but they've got to find a way through. It's got to translate into a goal. But the first job is done. Don't go behind. And if you do go behind, don't go too far behind. They're doing that job magnificently. Now it's just a small matter of taking a lead.
Absolutely. Now it's Potato into the path of Teacher. Back with Potato. Possession changing hands quicker almost quicker than the eye can notice. Blink and you might miss it. Defunct now into 5BS. He's done well. The pass to Potato. The finish is not quite there. Teacher with a good save. And somehow we are still goalless in what has been a really interesting game.
What was lacking there was the shot from Potato. That should have been a banger. It should have been a missile. It should have been and A should have been faster. B shouldn't have been right at Teacher, sitting in the middle of the net. So again, doing the work to get in front and then just kind of losing the pot at the last. There's an open net! Japanga's going to get the goal! 5BS was coming out of the net, but he couldn't reach it. And in the dying moments, Fusion have the lead.
And they've absolutely bottled it, Unity. Unfortunately, they were so close to sending it to overtime and possibly stealing one at the other end. But Fusion doing Fusion-type things and establishing a lead. This is the Fusion we want to see. It's not the Fusion we often see. Long may it continue.
Well, let me ask you this, Triple M. So they're going to win this game, probably.
Yep.
Assuming they do. They take the 3-goal lead. They've got three series points to take it down.
Yep.
How many games do they give up before they close it out?
It's a tough one to call because I don't want to write Unity off too much.
I don't think they get the sweep here. I think they're going to let Unity in for at least one.
I mean, if I'm going off history, it might be a sweep. It's not looking good. But out of respect to Unity, I'm going to say they're going to take at least a game. At least, bare minimum.
Well, it's going to have to be game 4 because this one is pretty much wrapped up unless, and as we like to say, Rocket League's a strange game. Stranger things have happened. But it doesn't happen a lot. And the 2-goal lead is probably going to be enough for Fusion to take this one, take it down home if they can get that. And you know what? If Unity can start closing out their shots, they might still be in this.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of clinical edge has been a big reason and a big component as to why they're trailing, not just in this game, but in the series as a whole. Blade almost getting a good read. Potato with the shot. And again, another potential comeback is off the cards. A clean sweep, I mean, a reverse sweep is almost impossible, definitely improbable. I don't see it. But as far as Team Fusion are concerned, they wouldn't want to get complacent and they wouldn't want to think this is a foregone conclusion. A good performance, again, from Yapego, but Teacher and Defunct also pulling through with some, in terms of the key metrics, as far as assists, saves, and shots are concerned. So again, we're seeing everybody on the Fusion side pulling their weight and playing as a team, showing that they really are in their element. And despite the fact that, again, in an ideal world, they would have loved to be in the final, this is the next best thing, and they're taking every opportunity they get.
All right, well, this is it. It comes down to this. Unity already have gone down once in a sweep earlier today against XD Gaming. They don't want to do it again. They want to go out with their heads held high here. So I do think, I think there's 2 factors here. One, Unity show up. Second, Team Fusion maybe take their eye off the ball. This is the spot we've seen them do it. We saw them do it yesterday. So there'll never be a better opportunity for Unity to take a game than right here, right now.
Well, absolutely. So timeout has already been used as far as I'm concerned. Utopia Coliseum is where the fate of these teams will be decided. For Fusion, a win means that this is the end. A clean sweep to finish off what has already been a delectable run. But for Unity, the impossible might just be on the cards if they can find a way of establishing an early lead. So, 5BS forced to make an early save into the path of play.
You've made me think of something, Triple M. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the history of VS at this stage. I don't know if there's ever been a best-of-7 reverse sweep live on LAN. I'd be surprised if there had been, but because it is so monumentally hard to do. Oh, Fusion almost finding the opener. 5BS having to rush back in the air to his net just to get a clear.
Oh, it's George! Oh! A great save to match a magnificent shot early on. Unity forced to make a lot of good saves. Blade with 0 boost, producing a potential assist, but Potato can't quite nudge that in. So a moment of hope, a glimmer at the end of the tunnel for Unity. Unfortunately not meant to be. It's onto their backboard with Potato. Potato looking for the pinch, gets it forward. Defunct misses, but gets the demo, and that's key because the transition has been thwarted.
All right, well, it is. I was about to say it's 0-0, but look at this. 5BS puts Unity in front for the very first time. We've not seen a Unity lead. We see one now in Game 4.
And what a way to re-establish your way into the series. hopefully that isn't just a flash of brilliance, but a chance of them actually coming back into this and making it a competitive game. So Teacher now losing on to Blade on that 50. Potato comes across. 5PS waits patiently, gets the redirect. Potato's at the bottom, and that is magnificent. I think that could be a contender for goal of the afternoon.
That was fantastic. The pass from 5BS, the absolute slotted missile at 101 k's an hour from Potato with the Dominus.
Yeah, new name, same old car. He is really enjoying life in that Dominus.
He's bringing Dominus back, is Potato. Does well there, Unity. And this is the Unity we want to see, but they give one up at the other end. Yopego, not so fast, says Yopego. We're still here. We're still keen to take it in a sweep.
Oh, it's an unfortunate one there for 5DS, but against the run of play, Team Fusion getting one back, and again, familiar territory here for Unity. They got a lead. They haven't had a lead so far in this series, but just in general, they've established leads this weekend that they then let go, and that pattern cannot continue if they are to pull off the impossible. 5PS into the path of Potato. He decides to rotate back. This is looking dangerous. Blade tries, and they both miss. A chance for Teacher, but he can't quite hit it.
I think he was looking to pass, but defunked and rotated out. He was headed back home. But here we go. They're going to get punished. Potato with the Dominus, finding a third for Unity.
Well, it's against the run of play. A goal is a goal at the end of the day. When you're Unity, you're going to take it, aren't you? But Fusion will be disappointed to concede in that fashion. So, 2-goal lead for Unity. There is hopium that they can live off in the end. Potato off his own backboard. Defunct with a good interception. It's now into the blue half and back into the orange half almost as quickly. And second half is firmly underway. I can't decide who has been the better team, because although Unity have the lead, I'm not counting Fusion out.
No, listen, and just given the fact that there is so much time, there's half a game left here, so plenty time for them to turn things around. But in the meantime, it is Unity who continue to have possession, continue to have the territorial dominance for the most part here, and that's good for them. And they're in a position now that they haven't been in for ages, where they have a lead. They don't have to snatch at the game. They don't have to chase it. They can look to control the pace of it. And so far, they're doing okay with it, but so much time to carry on doing it.
Yeah, and interesting, the goal difference in this game. 2-goal cushion for Unity, not something we've seen ever between these two teams, at least as far as this year is concerned. Now it's back into the middle. Teacher with an awkward touch. The Potato follows up, off the wall, towards the orange net. Teacher tries to control, 5PS misses. It's Blade. Unfortunately, not able to get that past the last defender, but Blade again, popping it up. Potato to follow. Good catch, but might not be enough to conjure up an attack, and Fusion might take it the other way. Good flick, not good enough though.
And the good news for Unity here is that as another Fusion effort falls by the wayside, they've burnt another 15 seconds, another 20 seconds. The time just keeps burning down. There is still plenty time for this to go awry, but they want to get it under a minute. They want Fusion to feel that pressure, that time pressure, the clock pressure of the clock ticking down. And a minute 10 to go. We're close to that for Fusion. They've got to find 2, and that's the pleasure of having that 2-goal cushion, is that even if they do get one, they have to somehow find another, and they become more and more desperate to score the first of the 2 they need.
Absolutely. Well, for Unity, 60 seconds away from laying the foundation, the pillars for a potential comeback. And for Fusion, it's not the worst case scenario by any means. It's an open net. Defunct can't get back. And another one for Potato. More and more to add to a good game for Unity. So a 4-1 lead in a game that I didn't expect them to win, but now they might just take that game off I was talking about earlier from Fusion.
I think they're going to do it. And Potato with the gun, scoring a hat-trick and all three of his goals, every goal of his being scored from further and further away. If he is to score a fourth, it might well have to come from outside the arena altogether.
Yeah.
That one almost from his own goal line, spotting the open net and hitting it long distance for that goal. And now they've got to hold on. How luxurious, because Team Fusion have to score every 7-8 seconds now, and that's pretty much an almost impossibility. And now 3 goals in 20 seconds, you just don't see it happening. So it is Team Fusion doing Team Fusion things. They're going to give up a game here. They're going to give Unity a little sniff of the action. And honestly, Triple M, it won't come as a massive surprise if we find ourselves on Champions Field.
Well played off the post there. That was almost a fifth for what has already been a difficult game for Fusion. So you spoke about them getting a foot in the door and a glimmer of hope in the crack. Potato, 700 points, just 3 shy of the quadruple digits, 300 shy, pardon me. 3 goals, 2 saves, 6 shots. Overall, just a good performance. Now, in terms of the demos, it's still in the favor of Team Fusion, but as far as everything else is concerned, we're seeing a good indicator that Unity Esports are ironing out some of those issues. Can they keep it up going into the next game? I'm not entirely convinced. We'll just have to wait and see, but the signs are encouraging, and I can only hope.
Well, you know what? I'm almost at the point where either result doesn't surprise me.
Yep.
If Team Fusion do go and close it out now, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yep.
But however, it also wouldn't surprise me if we're standing here in 6 minutes' time talking about another good Unity performance, another game taken by Unity, and a Team Fusion that's starting to sweat a little, going, surely not again are we going to force this by, are we going to allow it to go to a Champions Field decider?
Yeah, well, for Team Fusion, a fan favorite, a team with so much optimism and backing behind them. As far as Unity are concerned, it's an opportunity again to take down what has most certainly become a bogey team as far as their record is concerned. They have taken a game off, but they've got to do that and a lot more as, 5PS almost gets it in. Potato gets the follow, and it's a good start again from Unity off the kickoff. 5PS facilitating an assist there, almost getting the double touch, but Potato able to find the follow-up, and it's a good start for Unity. I like this a lot.
That's a banger of a start for Unity. They got a lead, an early lead, which is sometimes a curse, because great, you've got a lead, but you've got so long to hold on to it.
Yeah.
But it gives them confidence for the rest of the game.
Absolutely, another shot. Yapego with the save. He will have to control. 5PS off the backboard. Played!
Wow.
Oh, it's a save from Teacher. And we know he can do that. We've seen it all weekend long. And now he carries it up the other way. It's back into the path of Potato, though, and Unity barreling down the orange side, looking for a second. 5PS goes up and comes up empty-handed.
Man, they're making with all the pressure right now. This is great to see. This is exactly the Unity team we were wondering where they were. We were lamenting their absence. It's like, come on, guys, this is, you're a far better team than this, and we're seeing it now. Aggressive play, forward play. Whoops, a little bit of a whiff there. They get away with it, but they've had the better of the shot so far. They are the better team out there for the moment.
Absolutely, and it's been an interesting tale to watch between these two teams. As far as Team Fusion are concerned, they have a chance here. Oh, Defunct somehow gets that one in. And I almost thought they'd squandered that opportunity. It took a long time for it to drop for him. The pass from Defunct, and then, the pass from a teammate, pardon me, and then the finish from Defunct, just to make sure that goes in. And he certainly took his time with that one.
I think he needed a bit more credit than I initially gave him. I thought he had overrun it and was lucky to get a touch on it. But looking at it on the replay, he actually approached it really well and deliberately slowed his attack on it so that it would go the other way to where the defender was. Did very well there. All right, so Team Fusion not going too far behind, getting the equalizing goal early on. So we're back pretty much effectively on even terms here.
Well, Teacher almost getting one over the line there. Close to nudging it. Teacher again into the middle. Potato clears. Nervous times for Unity. For Fusion, they're still firmly in the driving seat. Teacher tries to control, gets past one, and takes out the second. 5PS is by himself here. Teachers trying to get this into the middle, and unfortunately it doesn't end up in a goal. So another chance goes beckoning for Fusion, but Unity get to reset and take it the other way.
Yeah, but I think here we go. Fusion are going to have another go. Yopego, though, loses out, and now there's been, it's a little bit awkward in the corner. They're under a bit of pressure. They're not doing well in getting this cleared. It's a bit scrambly, it's a bit panicky, but it falls nicely for them, and Teacher can take it away, take his time, looking to control, looking to find somewhere to pass it into the middle. Defunct now, can he find a teammate? He misses, but Yopego looking to get there anyway, and the insta return by Unity comes to nowhere. We're locked at one apiece.
It's a wayward shot, but Blade has another opportunity to rectify the mistake. 5PS, redemption! Unity re-establish the lead, and a glimmer of hope has unveiled itself here.
Oh, but look at that Blade with the demo play on the line. Oh, I love a good demo play, and that one was sensational. Unity back in front.
It's a lead re-established, but it might disappear quickly if they let complacency seep in. 5PS into Potato. They messed that one up. Teacher can't capitalize though, so they will get another chance to clear this. 5PS going off the wall, double commit. Might put them in a precarious situation. It's Defunct with a shot. Potato with the clear, but it's not over yet. An opportunity, a demo. Yopego into the middle. 5PS taking his time, and Potato gets it away. So nervous times for Unity here as their goal continues to get peppered.
And you know what's amazing to me is that we saw a double commit from Unity 40 seconds ago. Only now have they managed to get the ball out of their half and find something assembling, approaching an attacking play. 5PS goes slow, goes high, looks for a pass to Blade. Blade scores. Unity have a 2-goal lead.
From a young prospect to a firm senior member of this roster, Blade goes strength to strength and finds a third in a pivotal and difficult situation here for Unity. They are with their backs firmly up against the wall, but they have conducted themselves in a manner that is admirable. As Teacher tries to go for the shot, Defunct misses. It's a follow from Yopego though, into the middle, and it's an open net. Blade has got a chance here. Can they make it 4? Oh, it was so close, and it still might be there.
As we stand now, it looks like we're going to be going to Neo Tokyo, a map we haven't seen at all this weekend. Mostly yesterday because there were no best of 7s, but the best of 7s we've seen today have gone pretty early. But right now, it looks like we're going to see a Game 6 for the very first time. And I love it. Unity taking advantage, you know, and we have to say Team Fusion kind of took their eye off the ball a little bit here, but all credit to Team Unity taking advantage of that and looking to take their second game as they go in search of a best of 7 reverse sweep.
Well, it's Defunct into the middle, plays a ball across. This could be dangerous. 5PS is up to the task. It's going towards the orange net. Double touch, but he can't quite convert. And oh, so close to making it 4. Surely this is game, set, match as Unity look for a 4th in what has been an already admirable performance.
Yeah, well, there we go. We are going to go to a game number 6. Fusion, Team Fusion, winning the first 3, bang, bang, bang. Very dominating fashion. They were in charge all 3 of those games. Yep. Now giving up 2 of them, and now it does. You know, when you have to reverse sweep, you've got to win 4 games on the trot. Yep. It seems like an almost impossible mountain. But now you've got 2 of them. Winning another 2 doesn't seem that hard. You're like, yeah, I think we can do this, and that is so dangerous when your opposition start to get hopeful about their chances.
No, absolutely, and we're seeing more aggression coming out from Unity, more demos as far as the demo metrics are concerned. Beyond that, a good performance from 5PS, Potato, and Blade, right? Their points are almost identical, and their shots are almost identical as well. 4 for Blade, 4 for Potato, and 3 for 5PS respectively, and the conversion is obviously good as well. That's reflected in the scoreboard. So they are being clinical and they are being aggressive in their attack, but more importantly, they're not leaking goals at the defensive end and they're not conceding silly goals in transition. So Unity are seeming to find their rhythm, they're finding their groove, but it's still a difficult task for them to complete this reverse sweep?
Oh, listen, it's always a difficult task, and it's always difficult until it's done. It's difficult right until the end, but certainly they're going to be feeling so much better now than they were 2 games ago, because they know they can beat Team Fusion, and there's been a swing of momentum. So even though the advantage sits with Fusion, Unity will feel like the wind's behind their back, that they've got the momentum coming into Game 6.
Absolutely. So, Neo Tokyo, unfamiliar territory as far as this weekend is concerned. This is the longest best of 7 we've had so far, and it promises to be a treat if Unity can continue to play in the manner that we saw previously. Again, Fusion, they have let the ball drop just a little bit.
Yeah, but well, listen, they can still close it out here. But we have seen many dreams come to Neo Tokyo to die. We've seen it a few times with the old Orlando Pirates team or the Limitless team, teams that are making a comeback against them, and they're like, oh, we're going to take them down. Often it's Neo Tokyo where it all starts to fall apart.
Well played with an early chance. Potato goes for the follow. It's hit the post twice, and somehow Unity don't have an early lead. 10 seconds to gone by, and it's been a very chaotic start here. So Defunct gets the flick, but he gets demoed. 5BS with the ball into the middle. Blade looking for a pass, gets the boost as well. 5BS with the shot, and somehow Unity have not scored. That's 3 half chances at the goal of Fusion, and somehow they just survived this opening 30 seconds.
Yeah, Unity doing what they've done wonderfully in the last 3 games, coming out swinging, coming out early. The only difference is they haven't got the early goal. They're kind of struggling here with finding the early goal, but they're not struggling with the possession. 5BS can't get it down. I don't know if he was looking to pass, I don't know if he's looking to shoot. Neither of them really happened. Blade is up, it's on target, but saved away by Teacher.
Oh, another great save to add to his catalogue of magnificent saves. Yapego now looking to defend. 5BS giving him a challenge and a run for his money. It's Blade again. Does a good job of keeping that up in the orange half. But Teacher will clear. 5BS will intercept. Teacher again. This time Yapego helps him out. A flick over one. Can't get to the second, but Defunct getting a goal! And that is delightful!
And that's the sort of play you feel Team Fusion have been lacking. Great little bit of individual skill from Defunct to get it round Blade, and then, oh my word, it was awkward and scuffed on the goal line, but it's in, and Team Fusion, for the first time in 3 games, have the opening goal.
Yeah, and it's an important goal, I want to say, because you don't want to be in a position where you're dropping such a firm lead. They are on match point, so you don't want to let this go to a Game 6. Teacher now plays that one backwards, Blade into the middle. 5BS can't get the touch. Potato's going to decide to rotate back. And a good save here from Potato. A good decision not to commit there. That one is a wide shot, so even though Blade missed it, it shouldn't matter too much. Potato desperately trying to get that out. And for Unity, they are now defending a lot more as Team Fusion pile on the pressure.
And you know, Unity have done very well taking a lead. When they've taken a lead, they've looked pretty good. Teacher's going to get a second, but where they've struggled is coming from behind, overcoming a deficit, and now it's a 2-goal deficit. So Neo Tokyo so far is a bit of a hot box for Unity.
It is indeed. So just over a half of the Rocket League game has been completed, or just under, I should say, half of the game has been completed. And Fusion back in their element by the looks of things. 5BS taking it the other way, looking for a goal against the run of play. Teacher. Potato! Yapego was back though, and luckily for Unity, they survived unscathed. Fusion take it the other way.
Here they come. Unity trying to get their way back in. We know they can do it, but they've struggled to do it from a position of deficit. As I've mentioned, it's floating in front of the net. Potato tries to get there, but it is saved away into the orange corner. Unity desperately trying to keep it there or thereabouts. goes up. Yopego gets there first, but he's only going to get as far as 5 BS. Can he find a teammate? No. It's going to be intercepted once more. It's a bit scrappy, but it's spending a lot of time sort of midfield and into the third of Team Fusion. But Unity, and we saw this in games 1, 2, 3, they were getting the ball there, but not getting it past, not getting it over the Team Fusion line. Plenty time left here, but this is a position where Unity have struggled to come back from. They couldn't do it in the opening 3 games. From behind, trying to level things up, and they're going to have to do it here, or they will finish VS Gaming Championships in 2023 in 4th place.
Well, an early exit is being threatened by Team Fusion, and for Unity, that is not a desired outcome. 5 BS with a piercing ball across. Unfortunately, there was 3 cars back, so he couldn't quite get it over the line. Potato now looking to get this one out, played into the middle. Potato forward. Yopego, though, showing that aggression. Defunct into Teacher. There's a man in the middle, and unfortunately, it doesn't go in. So Fusion in a good position, and it looks like they should close this one out. But Unity, if they can just conjure up a counter, we might have to eat our words. It's Blade now. He's got service on his right.
Wow!
Almost goes all the way by himself, but if he had just found a way to pass, I think that could have been a goal.
And it looks like, as we stand now, that Unity Esports are going to add themselves to the layer of sediment of broken dreams on Neo Tokyo. It's a tough one. You know, we speak about the best of 7 reverse sweep, and even if you do well and bring 2 of those games back, for some reason this game 6 can be very difficult. And I think it's because the team that's behind starts to, they shift from, oh, we've got nothing to lose, into, oh, maybe we can win. And that allows the team that's conceded the goals to go, okay, guys, maybe we can close out here. So those 2 sort of dynamics start to close if they can put this one in. But you feel there they've squandered the opportunity, and now it is just too late. Team Fusion, again, making it interesting for themselves, but in the end, they will close it out in Game 6. Unity Esports will finish in 4th place, but Triple M, your VS Gaming, Telkom VS Gaming 2023 3rd place finishers are Team Fusion, despite the 0-second finish from Potato with the Dominus.
Yeah, and look, it's an interesting one for Unity because they've done well to finish top 4, but one of the biggest criticisms, I guess, for their performance this weekend has been the lack of clinical edge. That's something they definitely won't be happy about, but all things considered, not too shabby. Again, Fusion doing what we expected them to do. They made it closer than it needed to be, but in the end, they got there, and we don't care how long it takes, as long as she gets there in the end. That's all that matters. So as far as this is concerned, there's good takeaways for both sides. Obviously, Fusion getting that 3rd place spot is really encouraging, but Unity as well. This is an opportunity for them to learn. This is an opportunity for them to grow, go forth, prosper, and conquer as far as the learning experience goes.
Well, the learning experience never ends,
Yeah.
and it'll certainly continue for Unity, as it will for Fusion.
Yeah.
Fusion have had a great run here. They finished top. They're a top 3 finisher.
Yeah.
That's a great result for them. Of course, they'd like to be in the finals. They're not, but it's part of their progression.
Yeah.
And that Triple M means that we are now 4 best of 7 series down.
Yeah.
We have 1 more to go, and it is the big one. The VS Championship 2023 Grand Final. White Rabbit Gaming, XD Gaming, and I think we're going to have a banger coming up shortly.
Absolutely, and look, there has been a lot of hope for that final to be the outcome, and the Rocket League gods have delivered. So based on the way both teams played, obviously we saw XD earlier with an emphatic win over Unity, and then we saw WRG as well in their own right, not just today, but yesterday, beating some reputable teams. I mean, beating Nixa is no small feat, especially when you've got the pressure of playing on LAN, defending a title that, you know, a lot of people feel, you know, wasn't rightfully earned because XD wasn't there, and the likes of Limitless, the likes of Nixa. But now they've shown that even when Nixa's here, they can do it. Can they do it with XD here, though, is the question. We shall wait and see. I'm excited, and I hope you guys are as well at home.
We're going to find out in about 20 minutes' time. See you then. We are live, we are back, and we are at the Telkom VS Gaming Championship Finals, the grand final, an entire almost year of grind, of work, 3 phases, ups and downs, quarterfinals, semi-finals, grand final. White Rabbit Gaming, XD Gaming, this is it, the big one.
It's the one we were hoping for. It is the most eagerly anticipated Rocket League game of this weekend. And I'm quite excited because there's a lot of narratives coming into this game. These two teams have seen each other in the past, and it's been very, very close between the pair of them. I mean, we're looking at 3-3 down the middle as far as series have gone. So White Rabbit have taken 3 series off of XD, and XD have taken 3 series off of White Rabbit as far as RLCS is concerned. And then even the goals are quite close, 120 goals between them in those series. 56 to WRG, 64 to XD. Now it is worth pointing out that XD technically not the same roster because obviously Shadowhunter's not here, but even then they still look like the same team with Guns here, and he's integrated really well. And the only other metric to judge is games. Again, another close one. 16 games for Pirates, XD, pardon me, in those games, and 15 for WRG. So it's so close between these two teams, and if the recent history is an omen for what's about to happen here, I think we're in for an absolute banger of a series.
Well, that's all I can hope for at this time. I mean, I don't think I have a preference. I don't believe I'm partial to any one of these two teams.
Yeah.
But having followed their progress through the entirety of the RLCS and through VS, all I'm hoping for is the proverbial banger.
Yeah.
And you know what? We've called every series today, oh, it's going to go to 7. It's going to go to 7.
Yeah.
We've been wrong every time. And I think we've said it more out of hope than anything else.
Yeah.
And it's very similar here. This has got to go to 7. We want to be without voices by the end of it all.
Oh no, absolutely. And look, there's a lot of reason, because on that side of the stage, we've got Happy Meal, who have put in an absolute clinic in his game earlier today. So he's going to be a key player to watch and a problem for WRG to deal with. But on the side of WRG, Lackstar putting in a good performance, lots of individual plays, but also demonstrating a good understanding, not only with his teammates, but of the occasion, pitching up and playing well. And so those are the ones to watch from either side. Again, we saw Fiction, didn't really play yesterday, has come in today almost as if he never left, and he's done a good job as well. Casper also clinching an important game towards the end of that last series for WRG. He is a very cool customer, and he's going to be a big part of WRG if they are to go the distance. I don't need to say anything about cams or guns. I've spoken about Happy Meal, obviously. It should be a belter.
Well, only one team gets to get the photograph with the big check. That big check coming after the series to only one of these teams, and that big check will have the amount of 20,000 Rand on it. The team that doesn't get the big check will still get a check, a much smaller one of 10,000 Rand. So not just the title here, there is good cash on hand. And New Balance, of course, every player gets 1,000 Rand New Balance voucher. That's already locked in and done. But now this is it. VS Gaming, they've been in Rocket League for years and years and years. It's always culminated, with the exception of 2020 was the only year for understandable reasons. But this has always been the big event on the Rocket League calendar. Of course, a lot more going on in Rocket League these days. But here we are, live at Comic-Con for the grand final. So, Triple M for the last time this weekend. Let's get a prediction from you. Who takes it and in how many games?
I am going to back WRG here because I feel like they've demonstrated the type of confidence, the type of bravado that you want to see from the defending champions. And that's in no disrespect to XD, obviously a fantastic team in their own right. But I'm going to go with WRG, as I have throughout this entire tournament. And they've proven me right each and every time. So, game number, it's a bit tricky to call. I want to say game 7. We need a game 7, so I'm going with the game 7 as we kick off.
Well, let's go, Commandos. It's howling time. This is the grand final. XD trying to get some early action, early pressure, and they might just get some in here. Cams pops it up off the backboard. Oh, and everybody misses it off that backboard. Happy Meal trying to get the slow roll in. Doesn't quite work out, and an early push forward by XD Gaming is broken down.
Well, it's nervous moments here as Cam carries this one across. Fiction stops. Happy Meal puts that one forward. Casper with an important touch forward. It's now into the path of Happy Meal. He'll grab some boost. Oh! and a flash in the pan, a moment there for WRG to take an early lead. It was a casual clearance attempt from the side of XD, and it was almost punished, but they immediately go up the other end and try to respond. It's back and forth in these opening few minutes.
All right, well, XD Gaming got a bit of defending to do. Cam is going to do it relatively well. Fakes his way down, should keep possession. Just a little bit of a heavy touch, gives it away, but there's still pressure. Cam looking for the redirect, Compact Grid, it is off the backboard. No one there to slot it in, but they still have the pressure. Happy Meal going round the corner, and will get something there or thereabouts, but over into the other orange corner, and a very promising play is broken down, but pressure still with XD Gaming.
Well, Friction takes it forward. Happy Meal into Lackstar. Guns now gives chase. Now it's Casper looking for the clear. WRG spending a lot of time in their own half. And it's shot against the run of play there for Guns, not quite on target though. Lackstar trying to get this out. It's Friction with the piercing ball across the field. And finally, WRG with the moment to breathe from this pressure, this barrage of attacks at the orange goal, and it's not going to end here. Happy Meal with the opener. XD draw first blood.
And Happy Meal has been the goal scorer of the day so far for XD. He was the highest goal scorer in their semi-final, and he's out the gate here. It's taken a while, 2 minutes to get into the work, but it is XD with the opener. They are ahead, the early lead, but a long road ahead in the best of 7.
Absolutely. So Casper goes to the heavens, looks for a touch, almost gets it in. Cams with the brilliant save to keep his team firmly in the lead. So Friction will reset again, and it's back into the orange half. So WRG have a lot of blue cars barreling towards their direction. Friction almost called to make a save there. And well, for XD Gaming, it was a moment of panic, but they thought of the danger. And
it seemed to me like Cam had a slightly longer than regulation octane over there to get to that save in front of the net, but he does the job, does it well. They hang on to their 1-goal lead, but I'm liking the closeness of it. There's an open net, and this time, it's the longer than regulation Fennec, not the octane. Cam doing it again, keeping his team with the 1-goal lead. So a couple of opportunities, long distance opportunities for WRG. They're thwarted, but they're still there and thereabouts. It is just the 1 goal. Here they come, looking to get rounded. Cam again. Cam, we know, does legendary work in defense and almost finds a way to get a second goal. It's not to be, but this is as close as we had hoped.
Absolutely, it's living up to the expectations. Guns with the shot, a follow from Cams, and a good save. I'm not sure if it was Lackstar or Casper. It doesn't really matter though. Brilliant save nevertheless. Lackstar into the middle. Can he pull off a blow? Oh my word! WRG respond in emphatic fashion.
This has got to be my most favoritist play of favorite plays. The air dribble bump, and it was done to perfection. WRG back in it, 1 goal apiece.
Yeah, it's a big play from a big player. He's done it all weekend, you know. Lackstar has not looked the slightest concerned by the nerves and pressure of delivering on land, let alone for a new team. It's Lackstar again, gets the pinch. Friction's not there. He is, he's not. Oh, it's so close. A WRG lead was on the cards, but XD Gaming take it the other way.
And they're so lucky. It's such a heavy player from WRG. They are going all in on these demos, and it should have worked out there. There was a little bit of hesitation from Friction. They didn't think the play would work as well as it did. They had a clear shot, but they didn't dive forward to take that shot, and it's pushed away, but it is massive pressure from WRG. And I love that they're focusing on the physical play, the heavy play, the bumps, the demos, clearing out the way for them to score. But right now they've got to defend. XD Gaming not out of it, and neither WRG. We're heading toward a game 1 overtime unless something changes in the next 40 seconds.
Well, Lackstar with another opportunity off the backboard and across the goal. Again, it's misread by his teammate, and unfortunately, Friction's gone across for the demo. Casper wasn't there in time, and that's another opportunity that dwindles into despair for WRG. Now, a clear against the run of play. Casper's got to get back. He does, and that one was very nervy.
Very close, and it was that sort of, Guns from close range, gonna slot it right in. And there we go, 10 seconds from time. Advantage, XD. Cam getting the pass in front. Guns finishing, coming off a WRG player. But man, oh man, what a time to go ahead. 10 seconds to go. It's almost as good as done.
Yeah, and Guns, a player we've spoken a lot about in terms of what he can bring. Another shot there from Cams, almost getting a third. But we've spoken at length about Guns as a player as we wait for the ball to drop here, and I think he's given an honest account of himself, because it's a great opportunity to play with two great players that you can learn a lot from and really establish yourself, and he's really taken it with both hands. As XD Gaming take game number 1, 2 goals to 1. A good performance from Cam there as well, getting 500 points, 1 assist, 5 saves, 2 shots. No goals for it, but he did more than enough as far as the other aspects of the game are concerned.
Well, all I want to see now is the rest of the games to be as close as this.
Yep.
That was fantastic. It was entertaining. It felt like we needed the overtime. It didn't go there, but it was close as we were going to get. And if this can continue throughout, we're in for some great entertainment. A lovely start to a best-of-7 grand final.
Absolutely, and again, we saw the aggression coming out from WRG. That's a good sign. They've got to keep that. Unfortunately, it didn't translate to a win. And as far as individual performances go, again, Laxstar, I think that's a good performance from him. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't quite get over the line. Casper, Friction, they had their moments, but just weren't able to convert. So we're going to game number 2. It's not precarious by any means.
No,
for
I think it's a case of when two teams are this closely matched up, it's going to come down to who makes the fewer mistakes,
Yeah.
who punishes the few mistakes that come.
Yeah.
Because we are seeing them, they're both playing great, but we have seen a couple mistakes. So who can keep their head for the longest is where I think we go with this.
Well, game number 2 of a very important and eagerly anticipated final is underway. Cam with the shot, a save, I believe that was from Casper. Happy Meal puts it back into the middle, unfortunately against his own team, and that pass almost ending up in a dangerous position for XD Gaming. Cam now controlling, Friction playing across, and it's a messy start here. WRG almost getting something at the other end, but for XD Gaming, this is the first opportunity they have in the orange half to assert their dominance.
Well, 30 seconds in has been relatively neutral. Couple of sort of movements forward, but nothing with any severe consequence or any real pressure. But now, XD looking, I beg your pardon, WRG trying to find a way through. There's been a defensive demo. Friction, hoping the ball's going to come to him. It doesn't, but it will get picked up now. And can they get it past around the corner? They do! The shot on net! Laxstar with the finish! WRG with the lead!
Laxstar again turning up in a big way. A player who we've spoken about a lot and will continue to speak about if he puts in contributions like this. He is the architect of WRG's run to this grand finals.
And the play in the corner there was great. The 50 by Friction, it was kind of perfect. And those corners can be very nervous because it is so volatile. That ball can go anywhere with those corner 50s. But it fell perfectly for Laxstar. Now an attempt by Cam trying to bully his way through. Doesn't go. There's still an opportunity, but now finally long distance clear by Casper. And now picked up by Laxstar. He can't find his way past the last defender of XD. But they will try again. Cam, long distance clear.
Now, WRG take it the other way again after an XD clear. It's Casper there, almost with the shot. Cam does well to get across. He'll play it into the middle. Happy Meal, almost getting there, but a good save from WRG. It's not over yet though. This is close. Guns with an absolutely beautiful goal there, but Cam with a magnificent assist. He did all the work to facilitate that play.
Bro, it was the Cam flip reset pass there, but clearly the great communication and Guns coming in there and sniping that in, and astonishingly good play. We're back on level terms. We've been here before. This feels a lot like game 1 with the early goal, the return goal, and now you feel that is it going to reach that sort of plateau where no one can get past until the 10 seconds from time. Maybe now it goes in. The net's completely open. Cam, not the hardest goal he's ever going to score. An easy tap in for him. And coming from behind, XD Gaming now a goal ahead.
Yeah, it's a good read from Cam. You mentioned the finish not being that hard. It was the initial shot that was really hard that he directed towards the goal. And that, of course, was off a well-calculated pass from Happy Meal in the middle of the park. So, again, we're seeing the chemistry on display from XD Gaming. WRG, though, are still firmly in this game as they look to defend this next attack. Guns over to the far post. It's now in the path of Happy Meal. Casper does well to win that challenge. Casper, he's got options on his left, can't quite get the pass off, and XD will take it the other way. Back and forth, even though XD are in the lead, it still feels like WRG might just come back here.
Well, they have an opportunity here, but Happy Meal, long distance, moving forward. Guns is looking for the end of it, does quite well to pass it back to Happy Meal. Happy Meal takes too long, so Friction can push it into his own corner, and here comes WRG looking to level things up. They had the early lead, they've gone behind, they'll be looking to level up. Opportunity here, Lackstar's high in the air, but they get enough on it to XD to get it back to the halfway line. Cam's is very awkward, he's going to lose out here. Happy Meal backwards to the ball, but does have time to play it, gets it over one, looking to get it past the second. Happy Meal looking for the redirect, his shot is blocked.
And Cam will back away and wait patiently on the halfway line for a sniff, a potential opportunity. Gets the demo as well for good measure. It's now a temporary advantage for XD Gaming, which they hope to convert into a goal. A big miss there, but luckily it's not punished as Cam puts it onto the backboard. He's got options behind him, but it's a clear from Lackstar, and that one looks dangerous, but it's off target. Luckily for XD Gaming. Friction looking for the follow. Off the wall. Who's going to come and finish this off? Nobody. So again, WRG not able to construct an attack in transition there, and that might be the moment if they can't find anything left in this game.
There's been a double committed attack. If WRG can hurry and keep the ball to themselves, they might just open up an opportunity here, but they give enough time for XD to rotate back, and they can now clear it out. There is still WRG pressure. Oh! What? Oh my word. So, Triple M, do you need any more convincing that the Rocket League gods do not exist? Because honestly, that felt like it should have been a WRG goal. It's not to be. Somehow XD Gaming remain in front, but made an opportunity. Casper needs a teammate, someone to help him. Blackstar's there, goes up. He's going to try and control it forward. Friction looking for a demo, looking for a shot. Cam intercepts and will get it over to the other side. A shot on net doesn't go, and it all breaks down.
30 seconds to go, but it will feel like an eternity for all 6 players in the lobby. Cam with the shot, Casper with the save, and it's not over yet. Guns with the follow. Casper doing well to control the cross. Friction backs out, and wisely so, because he gets the follow-up attempt there. And it's now into the path of Guns. Cam with the shot, Casper with another important save, but WRG, you've got to go forward. It's got to be now or never. And unfortunately not able to construct an attack. So that game going to XD Gaming, but a close one, similar to game 1, similar to game 2. Not really much to criticize the losing team here.
The problem, though, Triple M, is that, yes, you are absolutely right. There are close games, but that's a second close game in a row that that goes to XD Gaming. So they find themselves now two comfortable games ahead. Yep. So it's great that it's close, but WRG got to close out. They got to get ahead. They had the lead here, but gave it away too quickly, too easily. And then the second, they just couldn't come back from that. So close is good, but it ain't enough. This is a grand final. You got to be winning games, and they got to start now. Because if we thought the best of 7 reverse sweep was hard, tried in a grand final, there's never been any more pressure. They have got to win this next game.
Absolutely, and look, a colossal performance moving over to the side of XD. A colossal performance there from Cam, putting in a clinic. 2 goal contributions, 1 goal, 1 assist, getting a lion's share of the shots for XD there, and just putting in a really solid performance. Again, we saw good facilitation from Guns and Happy Meal, playing the right passes, being a menace. When you're out of possession, you can control games. It's about how you position yourself and how much space you give the opposition. There is a misconception that in order to dominate a game in Rocket League, you need to attack. It's not true at all. You can do it by being intelligent in your positioning, and one indicator of that is how difficult WRG found their ability to transition over in that game. How many times did we see them try to start a counter-attack and then it just quickly falls apart? That's in part due to the aggressive positioning of XD Gaming off the ball, and just those bloodhound-like instincts that they have.
Yeah, and it does look like WRD taking a moment to sort of consider their planning and what they need to do to get back into this.
Yeah, it's a good time to take a timeout. Look, again, we've spoken at length about how it's better to take a timeout early, and for WRG, again, the honest assessment of their performance so far, it's not a harsh one. They have played well. It's just those moments where they are failing against XD, and you can't really expect them to be perfect, but they still got a lot of time to turn this around. Let's see if this timeout will bear any fruit as we go into the next game. So then,
well, the amount of time they got is exactly 2 games. They lose 2 more, it is done and dusted. So this is, and they want to get back in here. They don't want to be in the position that Unity found themselves in that last series, where you're looking for the reverse sweep. You've got to win every game. There's just so much pressure. But good early pressure here. Maybe WRG can get something in early. Not to be, but this is good. It's positive, and they've done this in every single game. They've looked good. They've come out with positivity, with aggression. They've got goals. They've got leads, and then they just got to hold on to them. The demo in front might make things very awkward. They do get a clear.
Blackstar does well, but Guns pass to Happy Meal. Now it's Cam giving chase. Friction with the clear. He's got Blackstar on his right-hand side, and unfortunately the pinch didn't work on that occasion. Casper going to try to win this, but Cams gets the better of him, and Friction is awkward here. Guns with the good pass in, Cams with the shot!
Oh.
A good save from Friction, and then the follow from Casper to ensure it doesn't cross the line. That could be a big moment for WRG if they can go up the other end and attack.
Well, here maybe something. Blackstar passes off the wall. Cam, though, reading and gets the intercept. Very important intercept now. Friction back to Casper, but it is in their own corner. They need to take a breath here. Calm down. Friction gets a very important touch forward. Guns, though, in the midfield, high in the air. Make sure it doesn't get to their half, but here they come. There is an open net. Can they get the pass in quickly? He doesn't need the pass. Casper will find the shot.
Cooler than a cucumber. The coolest customer there is around. It's that man again. Casper has a knack of just showing up. It's almost ghost-like, how you don't notice what he's doing until he puts it in the back of the net and you're like, oh, that's why he's on this roster. So, 1-0 for WRG, and the plot thickens. XD Gaming find themselves in a familiar position. They have overcome these circumstances before, so there is no reason to write them off. Friction over to Casper. Oh my word! Casper doubles the lead, and it's a brilliant pass.
And he set up that play early on off the wall. Friction heads it downfield. The redirect, the placement. What a banger. WRG did do now what they've struggled to do. Extend their lead. A 2-goal lead. A much better position for them.
Absolutely. Still a half of Rocket League plus some change to play though. Shot, Friction with a good save. Casper can't get to this one. Cam with the shot. Friction does well to come across. Now it's Casper chasing, and he gets it into the middle. Is there a runner? The answer is no, and WRG forced to defend, and XD Gaming, another transition attack falls apart for them. But they're trying really hard to find an answer here, and WRG are not giving them a sniff.
I'd love to know what they spoke about during the timeout. And often I think we always imagine there's some sort of deep strategic conversations going on. I think in reality it's probably just chilling out for a minute, just taking a breath, getting a little bit of perspective on where you are in the game and so on, and then just coming in with a fresh view. And now XD looking to barrel his way through his cab, doesn't quite find it, so they hang on to their 2-goal lead. Still a lot of time though, but as each 10-second block disappears, it gets better and better for WRG, who are in search of their very first win in this grand final.
It's Guns now trying to get this one out. Casper with the ball into the middle. Blackstar's all by himself. He gets bumped. It's an open net. Oh my word! Blackstar with the last-ditch save. And that one might be the big one. So WRG have done well up until this point to keep their lead and make sure that they don't leak anything, and they're still going up the other end, still asking questions of the XD defense. Happy Meal now has a wayward attempt.
And it's just those little touches that make all the difference, because there's a shot on goal. when it's just touched away like that, firstly, it frustrates your opposition because they're like, damn it, we should have scored. Secondly, it burns another 10, 15 seconds off the clock. So it is just win, win, win all the way for WRG. They just got to keep it up. And we're heading toward the final minute. That's sort of the dark hour, the midnight hour, when as far as the Rocket League game is concerned. Oh my word, it is calamity out there. It is demo after demo. They're trading demos, but it's not working either way. But it remains good news for WRG because they are keeping XD Gaming away from their own net.
Yeah, it's mass murder in the orange half. By any means necessary, the champions shall defend. And WRG finding every trick in the hat. This one is looking dangerous. It's a ball into the middle. Lackstar is by himself trying to hold it up. Casper comes with the reinforcements. Off the backboard, Friction, lurking, waiting, plotting, planning. Lackstar puts it forward. Lackstar again plays a ball into the middle. It's Cams who gets that one away, but it's not completely out of the woods. Casper looks for a read, does well to keep it in the middle.
But
and another demo.
This is all just good news for WRG because all the action's taking place in front of the XD net. And it doesn't matter if it works out or not. They score, they don't score, it doesn't matter. They're just burning time. And now with the last 10 seconds, XD Gaming, they're not going to find 2 goals to come back into this. So WRG, whatever happens here, we're not going down in a sweep. We have a WRG win. They've brought it 2-1. They are not done.
Yeah, it's a good response after going 2-0 down in a series, taking a timeout, and it's bad fruit. And the big question after a timeout is always, what are you going to change? And it looks like for WRG, they have found their rhythm. You know, you look at the goals and the assists, obviously going in the favor of Casper there. He's got 2 for himself. Friction with the lone assist on that team. Lackstar with a bit of a quiet game, but again, he has contributed well, generally speaking, on the main when it comes to WRG's performances, and Casper showing up when it matters most. So a big performance at a big stage for XD Gaming. Again, wouldn't change too much. They are still in a position where they have the advantage, but it could get sticky if they lose this next game.
Yeah, I don't think we're anywhere near to a panic situation or even a concern situation. And the experience, look, the young Guns is the most inexperienced. Happy Meal and Cam, they've been around these blocks so often. They know what's what out there, so they're not going to be panicking. And they'll know exactly where it kind of went wrong for them. And hopefully they've had a conversation with each other, like, okay, guys, this is what we need to do, whether it's in defense or their opportunities going forward. So, yeah, if they lose the next one, though, then I think the conversation moves from casual irritation to
panic stations.
I don't know if we're at panic stations, but certainly there's a depth of concern which arrives into the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, excellent points well made. Not too much to disagree with. So we go into the next one, and this is a big one as far as this series is concerned. Casper forces a double commit out of XD there early on. It's Lackstar now into the middle, looks to carry. He's got Friction behind him, but Cams does a good job of thwarting that attack. It's now back into the path of Casper. Doesn't quite get the second touch, but does enough to keep it up. And Friction can give a follow. Again, Lackstar looking to play one across, not quite connecting there. And it's looking precarious for XD Gaming. They're still in it, but they need to get this out. WRG are really piling on the pressure onto that blue goal.
Yeah, it's not good for XD. This is exactly what WRG want. But now we have an XD shot and a great save from Casper. And that would have turned things right around. XD Gaming on the counter-attack. There's been a bit of a double commit here, and I don't know if it's going to break down their attack. They still seem to have it, although Guns has backflipped, and that has opened up an opportunity. WRG a little bit heavy on the first touch means that they can't really develop the attacking play forward. And as a result, we're seeing a little bit of end-to-end stuff.
Absolutely. Still, though, in the blue half of the field. XD Gaming take it out finally. It's Happy Meal into Cams. Cams can't get the touch. Guns comes across. And it's WRG looking to take this one out. Casper gets the demo, tries to get the follow-up touch. Lackstar waiting patiently as Friction tries to conjure something up. This is looking dangerous. It's off target, but it was looking dangerous nevertheless. As Friction makes a good save. They need to clear this out, WRG. They can't let that good start go to waste. Guns looking for the second touch. Cams lurking. Happy Meal lurking. It's the blue cars barreling down onto the orange side. looking for an opening, but so far it's stalemate.
And we see what those small mistakes that cause. You know, when there's a rotational error which allows your opposition into your half, it takes you ages to get out. And we saw that with WRG, although they've done very well now to get the ball out, but a booming touch from Guns to get it right back into the WG half. Guns running it down, but can't get there. His shot ultimately blocked out. Cam's now putting it down in front of the net. Half a shot, half a pass, neither really happens. And now Happy Meal will take it to the wall, but he's dispossessed by Lackstar. The shot is wide. Let's call it a pass off the back wall. But Guns doesn't get the clear. Friction puts it down in front, and Cams now should take control.
Well, Lackstar with a good interception. And Happy Meal forced to make an uncomfortable clear there. Casper, he's got Friction on his right. Will he pass? He goes all the way by himself off to the backboard. And it's XD Gaming who look to take it the other way. Lackstar again with a good interception, keeping the pressure on for WRG as they look to mount and pepper that blue goal here of XD Gaming.
And it's been 3 minutes now of pretty intense play. Not a goal to show for it on either side. So, that was a nice touch toward the net, but Cam reading it like a boss, not allowing it to get past him. And for the briefest moment, there was an open net, and now a shot long distance from Blackstar, and then Casper getting involved. The shot is up, but Gunn somehow disrupts another play. The shot doesn't find its way on target, and somehow it goes out, and they survive, but only just.
Oh, those are the moments that come back to haunt you. WRG have been the better team in terms of the eye test, but as far as the metrics are concerned, it's still goalless. And all that matters at the end of the day is taking the lead and seeing it out till the end. It is getting sticky here as Guns gets an interception. It's into Friction, and WRG maintain this equal game.
That's the goal, the opening goal. It's taken nearly 4 minutes, but XD Gaming through Cams will find a way through. And that, given how late it has come and how they've struggled for that first goal to come, it sort of feels like it's a winning goal, just given the context of the game. But we see in Rocket League, one goal leads to another, leads to 3, leads to 4. We could see a cavalcade of goals coming in, but WRG need to respond and respond very, very quickly.
Well, it's Guns with the shot, Friction with the save, and WRG not going to have quite the opportunity they were looking for to get a quick response, but Casper flicks it over one. Blackstar catches really well, a safe pair of hands, and now he's got Friction on his left. He goes for the pass, Cam with the stop, and that is a pivotal interception because WRG were putting together something scintillating with that play.
All right, we come into the last half minute. XD Gaming in front now by 1, by 2. Cam gets a second. It's a scramble on the WRG line. And they had a bit of frustration and panic there. They will have felt they should have kept that out. All 3 of them converge on the ball. Not one of the players can keep it out. XD Gaming cruising to championship point.
And that championship defense for WRG is now being threatened. Cam looking to play it into the middle. Does well. Guns on the line and in. Guns makes it 3. More and more for XD Gaming as they run rampant against WRG.
It took 4 minutes to get that first goal, and we said right then that one goal often leads to 2 or 3, but I did think we'd see WRG responding. But it is XD Gaming with the second goal, the third goal. They have game number 4 on lock. It's going to come down to WRG facing championship point 3 consecutive times. So a tough, tough place for them. They're certainly not out of it yet, but it is the ultimate in the pointy end of any championship.
Absolutely, it's going into the back of the net again, and this time it's Guns once more to just make things significantly worse for WRG. And scoring a goal in that fashion with that amount of ease under the circumstances, to me, suggests that we've seen a collapse from WRG. Will they respond?
It's kind of weird though, isn't it? I mean, it was such a close game for 4 minutes. And, you know, a lot of people will just look at the end result. It's going to be 4-1 as Lackstar gets the 0-second goal. So it looks like, man, XD Gaming, they were bossing that game around. There were no goals until the 5th minute. We were just about into the 5th minute. And then bang, 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 4 XD goals. And then, of course, the bit of a garbage goal, the 0-second goal for WRG at the end.
Yeah, and another MVP performance for Cam. So earlier it was Happy Meal. Now it's all Cam. 600 points, 2 goals, 2 assists, a save, and some shots to complement what has been a really good performance. And beyond that, he had a lot of touches. Now, it's interesting to see how evenly distributed the ball touches are from XD by comparison with WRG. It's not a huge disparity, but just looking at the numbers, it's an indicator that XD are doing a great job of playing as a team. And even though Cam has the lion's share of the points, just based on the eye test, it's a team game.
And WRG playing such a physical game, and we saw in the game that they early on it has been effective for them. 6 demos, they only 1 from XD, but WRG not making those demos count, not opening up enough space to get the goals. And it's certainly a great strategy, and they should continue with it, but they've got to figure out how do they make that work.
Yeah.
But here we are. You know, it feels like you and I have been on the stage for 4 days, almost non-stop. We've lost any concept of time and the passage of time, other than feeling like it's been a really, really long time. But here we are. This could be the final game of the entire championship. This is it. XD Gaming looking to close it out, as Fatboy Slim says, right here, right now.
Well, it is an opportunity, match point, advantage, firmly in the position and the side of XD Gaming. Guns goes off the backboard, looks for the double, and it Cams with the follow. Somehow, XD not getting that goal. WRG have got away with one there, but they've got to ride their luck and take this up the other end and score a goal.
All right, well, there has been a demo which might open things up, although it is going to be Guns who takes it off the wall, gets the flip reset, looking for a pass, looking for something. Nothing really happens. It's going to give Friction a bit of time. Off the wall, he's looking for a teammate down in the middle. There's been a shot on the net, but Guns has made his way back and will clear it off the line.
And Lackstar has done such a good job this weekend of getting on the end of those passes. Even though that one didn't quite result in a goal, the positioning from WRG is something to be proud of, even though the circumstances aren't favorable here. As Cam pushes back into his own half, it's Casper now looking to be a menace. Friction follows, tries to get it. It's a scrap in the blue corner here. And, well, not the prettiest passage of play, but somehow XD Gaming form a counter-attack. It's a formidable opportunity. Cam can't get the double touch. Guns gets it, and it's an awkward touch, unfortunately.
Oh, dear.
A bit of misfortune for WRG.
So Cams puts it off the backboard, Guns coming up, and I'm not sure if that was going wide, but either way, the redirect by WRG, it's got to go down as an own goal, and that's pretty rough at this stage. So WRG backs against it, but great stories are written from great opposition, right? I mean, your back's against the wall. You, by all accounts, should be losing. You fight your way back into it from here. That's the narrative that WRG will be looking to write. XD, on the other hand, will be, we're up front. We want to take this down right here. We want to be VS champions after Game 5.
Well, it's a good pass, and Lackstar again getting on the end of it, but Cam is equal to the task as he carries it forward into the orange corner. Now then, WRG, 3 minutes and 9 seconds to go. And it's got to be now. I mean, they've got a lot of time, but you almost feel like they need to respond quickly because you don't want to leave it too late against an opposition of this caliber. Good shot from Happy Meal. Guns with the follow. And it goes from bad to worse as XD Gaming double their lead.
Oh, that feels like the writing's on the wall now. I mean, look, the best news for WRG, they've got time. And I feel like I've said that a lot throughout today in the series we've had. And I feel like the team that had the time and are behind haven't taken advantage, haven't found a way back in, and haven't made use of that time. But they got to throw everything at it. I mean, they're at the nothing to lose stage. They have got to go up in numbers. But at the same time, they can't just ball chase and hope for the best. They have to be in excellent communication, great comms, and find a way in. But you know what? It is massive collateral damage in front of their net. The double demo, somehow XD doesn't score. And WRG have to respawn and restart.
Composure is the superlative to describe what WRG need. They need ice. Oh, a chance! And an opportunity dwindles. The hope of a comeback is growing slimmer and slimmer as WRG come oh so close to getting a goal, but it's not meant to be. So Guns takes it forward. It's Guns now looking for a play. Casper making a marauding run down the left-hand side, looks for the pass, gets it all the way to the byline again, and WRG not having an adequate amount of reinforcements to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, well, they're in that awkward time now, because there does come a time where you throw everything forward. It doesn't matter. Everybody up. Just get up there, get on the ball, find a way through. But they're not quite there yet, because they don't want to concede a third. If they concede a third here, then I think it's pretty much all over. So they do have to be thinking about their defense. But with 90 seconds to go, they've got about another 40 seconds until they reach the time of all resources ahead. Oh, that could have been the third for XD Gaming. That would have written the story finally and done. There's been a musty flick on the other side with the save. It is frenetic and chaotic. Still an opportunity. Somehow Guns gets back and squeezes it away.
I'm speechless at what has just transpired in the last several seconds. The amount of times that ball has drifted across the blue goal, and again there, coming so close for WRG, it's unfathomable. There are no words that can describe it. There are no superlatives that can quite encapsulate the tension, the drama. 47 seconds to go. WRG, it's now or never.
And they're playing high up, they're throwing everything at it now, but this is the time. All points bulletin, everybody, get out of bed, put your boots on, get forward. We've got to find a way into the XD Gaming net. If that goes in, somehow that one doesn't. They survive 30 seconds, their tournament lives on the line, 10,000 Rand on the line. They're either first place or second place. Right now, XD Gaming 20 seconds away from being the 2023 VS Gaming champions. WRG, last chance saloon, Triple M.
Squeaky bum time, or beyond that. Cam looking for a flick. Laxstar now has got to perform miracles. He gets it across the fiction, and surely it's too late. Anything at this point would be a consolation anyways. XD Gaming have announced themselves. After not attending last year, they have shown why they are the team to beat, alongside that other team we don't want to mention. An emphatic performance, Cam with an MVP, but it must be said, Guns with a colossal contribution, as well as Happy Meal on their journey to get here.
And there you go, XD Gaming, your VS Gaming 2023 champions. These Happy Meal and Cams didn't get to play last year because of complications with RLCS, but they are here. They have taken it down. They've taken it from the reigning champions of White Rabbit Gaming, and it was close in large parts, but given the balance of everything, absolutely XD Gaming played a better series of Rocket League, and they are the 23 champions.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if there's any consolation for WRG, they were one step away from defending a magnificent title. So again, I wouldn't be too discouraged by this performance. There is a lot of positives to take away, and look, they're doing this all without a star player that they lost coming into this event in Kino, right? And so Laxstar has integrated really well. Scepter, we saw his sub performance yesterday, and his cameo and his contribution to the team. There is a lot to be positive about, and WRG, maybe they can go again next year. They were so close to defending their title, and they would have been the first. So we've got Happy Meal, the main man himself, up on stage for an interview after what has been a long road that has finally come to a close. And Greybeard, you want to take the first question?
Yeah, well, Happy Meal, it's a little frenetic out there. We sort of rushed off stage to go and grab you. Here you are. And so first of all, massive congratulations. Was it an easy win, a difficult win? Were you sweating bullets out there? It's always hard to tell. As I looked over, you never seem to show whatever emotion you're feeling. You can't really tell from your face.
I think that's a good question. I had a bit of a tough series. I think changing PCs for me is a bit of a tough one.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, put this on. That mic is shit.
Okay, no worries. That's a good question. I think my teammates had a really great series. They played really well. I was struggling a little bit in terms of the way my game was feeling. I think just the fact that we're swapping PCs, for me, I'm very sensitive to that, so it's an excuse, but I think I took it I think it was a little bit of pressure for me, because I could tell I wasn't playing as well. But overall, I mean, I feel it is a team game, inevitably, and if I just do the the grunt work, if I just make sure my teammates who are playing well are facilitated, I feel like the pressure can be dissolved off them especially, and that's okay. I'm happy to take all that pressure. So Yeah, I wouldn't say it was an easy win. No, I mean, WG definitely played pretty well, and especially considering the fact that we're all at LAN, like it changes the component. I mean, at home we're comfortable. It's very different.
Good question, equally good answer. So the follow-up now, Guns, what's going on there? Because he has looked like he's integrated well into your roster. Obviously, Shadowhunter, an amazing player, so I'm not trying to stir the pot here.
Yeah, okay.
But what do you think of Guns, his transition into the scene?
He's up-and-coming talent for sure. I mean, it's rare to see a player with so few hours be at a competitive level already. I will say he's inexperienced, like he has a lot of room to grow, but I didn't expect any different when we picked him up. I saw him play, I think his Cosmico was his Chiefs. Yeah, well, that whole team was very impressive for me to watch. They were one of the very few teams that I saw that came out of nowhere and were demonstrating and exhibiting very high-level concepts, and it almost seemed out of the blue, like they just had this in their head. It wasn't someone who was directing them, and that's amazing. That means that just is pure talent right there. For whatever reason, you know, maybe they learned it at football and school. I don't know. But Guns, very talented, up-and-coming player. As for next season, I mean, who knows what's happening next season? But I'm glad to have had the opportunity to play with him, and I hope he was happy to play with us. But yeah.
All right. Well, you've alluded a little bit to next season, and I know there's a lot to happen and there's a lot going on. But from your, I mean, there used to be a time at the end of the VS Gaming, it was like, okay, cool, see you all next year. There was nothing happening. Right now, there is a lot going on. We've got the Community League of RSC coming up. We got the Rumble coming up, and then of course 2024 RLCS. So a lot going on. But for you, what does the immediate future look like?
Well, I'm not going anywhere. That's a good start. I'm not going anywhere. I think I have a lot of Rocket League to still give. You know, in the off season, I took 2 months off, not qualifying for the wild card was a bit of a toll on me. You know, I think that's normal. Took 2 months off, and in that 2 months, I was just bored, man. I wasn't like challenged. Rocket League to me is a very, very challenging experience, and I don't think I can just partake. I can't just leave that anytime soon. So for me, I'm staying. As for the teammates I'm looking for, well, I mean, whatever happens, I can't say for certain. I mean, who knows? These Cams and Guns are exceptionally talented, and they may get offers that they can't refuse, and I would not want them to do that. But for me as a player, I'm going to keep competing and try the best I can to get back to the top.
That's awesome to hear.
No, it is, and look, there is very few questions that can follow up that magnificent answer. But the last thing I want to say, again, you guys weren't here last time around.
No.
So, you know, a player of your caliber, I always wonder if events like this really matter, considering there's RLCS, there's the wild card. How do you guys stay motivated to keep on playing? And more importantly, how big is this win for your guys' confidence just to soften the blow of the end of last season?
It's a good question. So I would say just to say this event didn't matter would be a disrespect to all the hours I put in the game, to my teammates' hours I put in the game, to all the work I put here. I think there are ways I come to this event and say this doesn't matter. This is a very important event for me, especially maybe not in terms of prize money. I mean, the money's good and I appreciate it, but RLCS is, you know, it's a much bigger pool of money. So, you know, it's not, some of these players, this is their first lands, and it's a lot of money for them, and that's great that they need that incentive. For me, right now, it's more like pride. I'm playing for mostly pride. Losing is just not something I don't want to lose. I mean, who wants to lose, right? And especially for the organization I'm repping and the teammates I'm playing with, losing just isn't on the cards for me. So it doesn't mean a lot. I mean, it means everything. I don't spend you know, 8 hours a day to come and lose. Like, that's just not what I do. So it means everything for me.
Well, you didn't come here and lose. You are, in fact, the 2023 Telkom VS Gaming champion. And thank you for all the entertainment you've brought. Big shout out to WRG. They're going to be feeling very disappointed right now. We know that. But you know what? They'll regain. We'll see them again. They will be out on the field competing. And thank you to them. Thank you to you for all the entertainment. And it's been great. It's been exhausting for us, but fabulous. But now, Happy Meal. You, Cam, and Guns have to go get a photograph with a really big check. So we're going to let you do that. But from me, Greybeard, Triple M, and your champion, Happy Meal, that's it for 2023 Telkom.
Can I say something?
Of course you may. Oh, there we go. The big finish over to Happy Meal.
I just want to thank everyone for whoever took the time to make this event possible. Thank you. It means a lot. All the players who flew out from all around the country to come and play for a couple hours, that's really cool. Without you guys, it wouldn't be impossible. Thanks to the casters, spending all the time. I appreciate it.
An absolute pleasure. It's the passion of what you do that keeps us going, and we will be back to do more, to see the highs, the lows, the fabulous wins, the crushing disappointments. It's all part of it.
It's your guys' story. We're just peripheral characters living in it, so it's a pleasure.
All right. Well, from the three of us, peace. We're out.